Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. On that farm he had some pigs. E-I-E-I-O. With a sheep here and a goat there. Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Eric from Ohio had a book.
E-I-E-I-O. And that book made no sense. E-I-E-I-O. So he fed it here, fed it there. Pages flying everywhere.
Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Sometimes he shoots it straight.
E-I-E-I-O.
Sometimes he wipes his butt.
E-I-E-I-O. Pages spin and chaos reign. Sheep just stare like
Bro's insane.
the Quran is such a stupid book. E-I-E-I-O.
Every day the book gets zooted. Zoot, 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 zoot. Same way the book gets eaten. Zoot, 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 zoot. We get zooted here, zooted there, zooted everywhere.
Everywhere. Eric from Ohio zooted that book.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this exciting live stream all about the early Christians and them talking about Muhammad according to the Orthodox Muslim. So we'll be diving into his bulletproof, absolutely profound evidence there. And joining us, we have three guests here today. Just joined the last one there. Hey, welcome. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves real quick and we'll dive on into this topic. Okay, we'll start with Leif. Don't
Leif.
everyone jump on the gun right now. I mean,
Hey, I was waiting for
everyone
he's
run.
he's the regular. He's the regular. So I was.
Well, I was assuming we'd go in screen order, so.
Let's go with Leif, and then I'll mess with people.
All right, you already messed with me. No, I'm Leif. Channel on YouTube called Leif of the Vine Eternal. I make memes. I make videos on Islam, atheism. I'm going to be having a Trinity in the Old Testament video come out soon. Yeah, so happy to be here.
All right. I am Thaddeus. Channel is Reason Answers. I've been on here many times. Happy to be back today. I think this video will be very interesting. I did ask Eric about the title before we started. This is actually apparently what the channel Muslim Orthodoxy called their video. I assumed they meant the Christians, earliest Christians after the time of Muhammad, which is indeed what they meant. But of course, the earliest Christians didn't have anything to say about Muhammad because Muhammad didn't exist, right? And wouldn't exist for another several hundred years. And likewise, Islam didn't exist and wouldn't exist for several hundred years either, despite Muslims claiming that, you know, the true followers of Jesus were Muslims, but for some reason, according to them, it's highly respectful to call Jesus the greatest failure in history because all of his true followers disappeared without a single trace within a few days of Jesus dying or something like that. I do also have a challenge for the audience today. Ali Dawa apparently is live, As of when I refreshed the page, he had 34 people watching him live out of his 1.33 million subscribers. And that's not because he went live 1 minute ago or something and people haven't showed up yet. He's been live for 5 hours. It's because he's incredibly boring and just sits there asking people for money all day. So the challenge is, can we get more than 34 people watching this live so that Eric, with 18,000 subscribers, beats Ali Dawa with 1.33 million subscribers?
As about what I say,
go ahead.
there's not a zero behind that number. I'm
No.
sorry. I'm just a little stat. I mean, the last live stream, the average view was that. The average viewers the entire time, and the peak was, I think, 71 viewers last live stream we did.
Yeah, I did the math with my
no.
channel numbers. So, yours will be roughly half that. But the equivalent with my channel, when he had 37, he's now down to 34, would have been 0.92 people watching live. That would have been the equivalent ratio. 0.92. So for you, and plus he's a little bit lower now. So let's say 0.4 people watching live would be the equivalent number of people watching live to Ali Dawa's ratio there.
I don't even get half a viewer. Oh, man.
Is that Islamically speaking, would that be a woman then?
Yes.
It's a half a person.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be hyperbolic or jokey or anything. I went on there one time and it was one person. And I go, did it not register me yet? Or am I literally the only person in here? And he was trying to sell a prayer rug. Like usual.
He's always trying to sell the prayer rugs. That's his main thing. He's like behind, I've seen him behind like big, huge trucks. He's got the little prayer rug there, and he's trying to hawk it between these two big, like moving trucks, and he's trying to sell it. It's like, God, dude.
You think that's
dude.
an interrupting
Oh, man.
ad, but I kept like checking back in, and he was still selling crap every time I would try to check back in. There was like no content, and the whole point of me getting on there was I was like, I want to hear the other side. What arguments are they making? This will give me content for videos. It was nothing. There was no content. The only way I would have content is if I had like an anti-selling prayer rug channel, and I had to counter all of his arguments as to why people should buy prayer rugs, because there was no dawa.
First of all, they're see-through, so I wouldn't recommend it.
He needs to change his channel name to Ollie Carpet Salesman.
Yeah. So, real quick, where can people find you? I don't think you introduced yourself yet.
I'm Christian Gadfly. You can find me on the channel Christian Gadfly. And it's probably 60% goofy junk, 40%, actual content with some kind of intellectual merit. But it's mostly, I think the solid majority is just garbage. So
It's the good kind, though. It's the good kind.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's garbage. Now, you might call it a candy bar or something that there's not much substance to it, but it is very tasty, right? It is very good content if you're looking for entertainment.
Taco Bell. It's Taco Bell as an apologetics channel.
There you go.
Yeah. So, guys, go and enjoy that. I enjoy Taco Bell, so I occasionally enjoy that as well. But yeah, Ollie Dawa needs to rethink his formatting. He's already tried doing the Christian thing. I mean, seriously, I think he was the first Dawa guy to jump on the "we got to imitate Christian" bandwagon. With
Boy,
his,
Libiano
street
got on that
Dawa.
hard. It's crazy. Like all of his intonation and tone and his pacing sounds like Sam Shamoon. And then everything about his channel with his aesthetics looks like God Logic. Like with the coloring in the background.
Gotta imitate. I mean, if you guys want to make it look similar, well, whatever. But yeah, it's like really
The same
bad. And
color,
it's
though.
constant.
Like,
Oh, I know. Yeah. By the way, congratulations. We have made it to day 30. 30 days of continuous content on this channel. Every single day, live stream, short, or video. Now I just need to do 30 more.
Yeah, please
So.
do not stop today, because then you'll just be stuck at the Zoot ratio. So
Oh no, it reset to if I did not upload something tomorrow, then it reset to 0. So, but then that would be the highest number. The highest number I could get would be all Zoot level. I want double Zoot next time.
Well, we're
So
gonna
I
have to
have to
put
wait
up
to get
with
to
it for
60.
the rest of today because we can't raise it today. So today's Zoot Day.
No, today's Zoot Day, of course, and we're going to go ahead and dive into what the early Christians said about the Prophet Muhammad. Now, there's a chat for you guys, a poll for you guys asking what early Christians actually means, basically, what year they came from. So let me know in the chat what your vote is, and we'll look at that later on and see if it lines up with what the Orthodox Muslim says. We'll see.
About the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from Muslim sources, from the Quran, from Hadith, from narrations, from books of biography, seerah, and other.
And most of those are way outdated, historically
is this
speaking.
an ad? Because I thought this was about
he's saying-
Christian sources.
Yeah, I know. He's saying we normally hear from this, but we're going to hear it from this source today.
Okay,
So,
the first word got
all
cut
those-
off there. So I didn't hear we normally read from. Gotcha.
So just to be clear with the people in the chat, the Quran, according to the Hadith, because that's what we got to go on to know when the Quran was actually written, according to them, it was not fully compiled and fully written down until 12 years after the death of Muhammad, or sometime around that. It's not really precise when, it just says during this one reign, and I'm estimating that's approximately that's the earliest it could be. So I'm giving benefit of the doubt there, but the Hadith themselves weren't written down until 200. The earliest was 214 years after.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the Sahih al-Bukhari. That whole collection was put together at that point. So that's a bit far removed. And of course, you have the writings after that. So let's go ahead and dive in.
Yeah,
to
and
find
the,
all the
the
other
Quran
sources.
is at least the Quran is at least contemporary, but we don't learn anything
Allegedly.
about Muhammad from the Quran. We don't even know for sure what his name is, right? Because it might be Muhammad according to 4 passages, or it might be Ahmed according to 1 passage. So we don't really learn anything about Muhammad from the Quran.
Yeah, and again, I'm getting the benefit of the doubt there because again, the only things that actually put the Quran at that time frame that close is the Hadith, which again themselves were way far removed. So that's the only witness to this. So technically, the Quran could have been written any time before that point. I think the first Quran that we have is over 100 years afterwards. Don't quote me on that one. But even if it is 100 years after, that would be only the first surviving manuscript, so it would have had to have existed before that point. I'm perfectly fine putting it 12 years after Muhammad's death. But a lot of Muslims will try to argue with me saying, oh, no, it was written during the life of Muhammad. It's like, no. In fact, we have the companions arguing about if they should even put it into a book. So they're even fighting on that issue back and forth. Not physically, although they did do a lot of the physical fighting between the companions as well.
Islamic literature. But what if I told you there's a whole other genre, non-Muslim sources that attest to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, describe the Muslims early on within just years from within his life. Many people, pseudo-historians, take the position that the Prophet.
Okay, so right there, that description there of what these sources are going to tell us. Panel, what is your knee-jerk reaction? What would be your expectation of these sources, the detail that they're going to give?
Sounds like it would be contemporaries of Muhammad. Like, so a Christian source from like 620 that's describing Muhammad. That's what he's making it sound like.
Well, and I mean, your poll kind of gets to what I think you're getting at. Like when you say earliest Christians, well, who are the earliest Christians? I don't know, the people Jesus spoke to. the 500 he appeared before, right? Before he ascended. Yeah. So if he, bad title on Libiano's part. Bad title. Misleading title.
Very much so. I guess my knee-jerk reaction would have been an actual description. Oh, this is Prophet Muhammad who came with, mention of the Quran, mention of Islam, the Muslims, being the Arabs. Those are the sort of things that I would expect in order to be specific on this. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be written. I would expect it to be different than Islamic sources, right? I'd expect the people who are contemporaries to be primarily concerned about the advancing Islamic armies, right? They're much more concerned about that than some claims of some false prophet. But I would expect them to also, describe him as a false prophet. I don't think anyone would describe him as a true prophet, and I don't think anyone would care to write, his physical description or something like that. But I would expect, enough detail to identify this as Muhammad. Let's put it that way.
Enough detail to identify us as I would say, the Islamic Muhammad. We do have a super chat here by some random individual here yelling about Zoot.
Immature. It's
Very
immature people.
Very, very immature. So I agree. That's what I would expect. Actually, what I was really expecting with the title of this would have been an argument about how the Christians were expecting a prophet coming, how they were looking for him. Actually, this is a common Muslim narrative about the early Christians expecting this other prophet to appear in Arabia and focusing on that. No.
Well, that's a different question. What I would have expected from the title of the video, yes, I would have expected some sort of evidence that Islam is true from early Christians, or I don't know I'd be doing this. I just thought you were saying what would I expect to see in the sources, which are not the same thing. He's setting this video up as like some kind of great thing that Muslims should be aware of. And yeah, I mean, that's like... if a Christian put together a video like what the Romans thought about Jesus or something, right? I wouldn't say that the evidence in, say, Tacitus is incompatible with Christianity, but it certainly doesn't establish the truth of Christianity by itself.
Yeah. Well, let's find out here.
Muhammad never existed, that he was a later invention by the Abbasids or by the Umayyads. But this collapses because the Prophet Muhammad is so attested that he is independently attested by non-Muslim sources just within years of his passing away. Let's get right into it. The first ever attestation of the Prophet, peace be upon him, after the Quran, because the Quran dates back to the Prophet's life and mentions him by name and other aspects of his life. The earliest mention about...
Wait. The Quran very generally describes Muhammad, not like details. Mm-hmm. On top of that, it's after Muhammad's death. It's not before.
Yeah. I mean, if we take, unless he's telling us the Islamic sources are false, I mean, the Islamic sources say it was never compiled in Muhammad's lifetime.
Yeah, so we got to go with the Islamic sources on that. But let's see. See what he's got here.
The Prophet, peace be upon him, ever comes from a Greek document by the name of Doctrina Jacobi, or the Doctrine of Jacob, written in the year 634. This document is written by a Jewish man who was forcibly converted to Christianity and baptized into Christianity in the year 634. And after his forced conversion and baptism, this person, Jacob, he embraces Christianity and starts to believe that it's the truth after he digs deep and he contemplates his new faith. So he goes on to try to bring out true conviction in the Son of God, Jesus, and his new faith in other fellow Jews. And it is in this document, written and dated to the year 634 AD, just 2 years after the Prophet passed away. The Prophet passed away in the year 632. We read that this person, Jacob, is talking with another Jew called Justice. This Jew received.
Before we continue, are any of you familiar with this
Yeah, I am.
document? Oh, fantastic. So it's a good historical record of the events that were happening at the time. Is that correct?
No, he has misrepresented the source. Well, maybe he's not intentionally misrepresenting. Maybe he actually doesn't know. But it is actually a fictional story. It is not actually real people. However, it is actually a high quality historical source for telling us about what was happening at the time because it's set in the contemporary times. However, the characters are not real people.
You mean Jacob, who was forcibly converted from Judaism to Christianity, as the Orthodox Muslim here is claiming, wasn't a real person?
No, he wasn't.
So this is basically it's a fabricated story. It takes place at this point.
Yeah, so let's be honest about what it is. It is Christian propaganda intended to convert Jews to Christianity by making up this fictional Jew who converted to Christianity and is now trying to convert other Jews to Christianity.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
if, that he is not. Go ahead.
If I'm watching Harry Potter and I see a cross on a wall in someone's home, I think that's pretty good evidence of Christ. You know what I mean? I think it can be trusted.
Yeah, so yes, there is definitely, it's taking place at this time period. So he's drawing from historical events that are going on around to make this story more believable. But yeah, it is a fictional story that may contain some fragments of actual history that was going around or sayings that were going around, but that's about it. So that's his first evidence he has here. So let's go ahead and hear what it says about Muhammad.
Receives a letter from his brother in Jerusalem named Abraham. And his brother, who wrote to him from Jerusalem, describes a new prophet appearing amongst the Arabs. Let's give it a read. Justice answered and said, "You really speak the truth, and thus the salvation is great to believe in Christ. I confess to you, Mr. Jacob, the whole truth. For Abraham, my brother, has written to me that a deceiving prophet has appeared. For at the time when Sergius the Candidatus was slaughtered by the Saracens, i.e. the Arabs, I was in Caesarea." Abraham says, "And I went out by boat to Skyamina, and they said the Candidatus was slaughtered, and we Jews rejoiced greatly. And they said that a prophet appeared, coming with the Saracens, and he is proclaiming the arrival of the coming anointed one and Christ. And I went out into Skyamina, and I communicated it to a certain very scriptural old man. And I said to him, 'What do you say to me about this prophet who is appearing with the Saracen?' And with great groan he said, 'He is a deceiver. Do prophets come with swords and chariots? Really, these are the works of disorder set in motion today. And I fear that the Christ who came earlier, whom the Christians worship, was the one sent by God, and instead of him we should accept Hermolaus. For Isaiah said that we Jews have a mistaken and hardened heart, until the land is made a desert. But go forth, Mr. Abraham, and learn about this prophet who is appearing. And I, Abraham, thoroughly investigating, heard from those who met him that you find nothing true in this so-called prophet except shedding human blood. For he says that he has the keys of paradise, which is unbelievable." So here we see.
So real quick here, let's go back to the source. I do want to remind the viewers that this, again, none of these people exist. The brother does not exist. The main character does not exist. This is all fictional dialogue that's happening. Now, it could be relying on actual historical events that were going on, but remember, that's the context. So,
I find it interesting
What is the name of this source?
This is, let's see here. I had it in my
And what
notes.
is he trying to argue that we would disagree with? Because this all, yeah.
I think he's trying to argue against those who believe that Muhammad never existed.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe he existed.
Which,
so.
yes, and I can see where someone who is arguing that Muhammad never existed would look at this and say this is just proof that Muhammad was a fabrication, because they want to prove that Muhammad's a fabrication. If you want to prove that Muhammad is true, then you could say that this, point to this and say that it's true.
See, originally I thought
That's
he
the
was
problem.
going to like pull out all of these early sources that were like he's a true prophet, and we're Christians, but we still like him, or something along those lines. But it's just these guys like he's super violent and he's a false prophet. It's like, well, yeah, and I agree. But now I just want this source for my library. What what letter is this?
This is Doctrina Jacobi. I put it in the chat. This passage is the most important thing in it, but in general, it's this is just one tiny little part. The whole thing is a long conversation about why Jews should convert to Christianity. So what we can say about this passage, obviously, it's not really a letter sent to Jacob from his uncle or whatever exactly is the pretext here, but it is what the author of the text is saying about the Muslim armies. And notice that whoever this is, they're not named, but whoever this new false prophet is, they are leading the armies in an invasion into the Jewish territory, and the Jews are being made to say, oh crap, this false prophet's coming, we forgot to accept the real Messiah, Jesus. Is the idea. So it is reasonable to assume that this is reflective of actual events that are taking place, that the Muslim armies are advancing. It's becoming a threat to the Jewish lands. But as far as the dialogue itself goes, not reasonable, or I mean, not a reality of the situation.
And at the same time, this could be something that's fabricated for the story itself. Because it's something like you're saying, it's driving the plot. It's making, and this is something that happens repeatedly in this book, is the Jews are made to be the fool. The Jews are made to be asked questions that Christians would want them to ask, not things that naturally would come along necessarily. There's a lot of the author forcing events. So this could be a use of the author just forcing this event to be like, see, now the Jews should have listened to this entire time. Now they're dealing with this. I think the things that stick out to me in this, though, is there's no mention, like you said, Muhammad's not mentioned. There's some sort of prophet coming. He's supposed to be preaching about Christ, the coming Christ. So someone yet to come. And keys of paradise. Now that is noted later on, which we will definitely look at that. But he is leading an army. He is basically acting like a warlord, which would line up with the Islamic text. Don't get me wrong. So it does look like this kind of lines up with the Islamic text. But to say that this is like bulletproof evidence of Muhammad at this time, I'd say the source seems to be a little questionable.
Well, if it's accurate, then the Islamic texts are inaccurate, because this is supposed to be contemporary. It's supposed to be 2 to 4 years after the time Muhammad died, and he is supposed to be personally leading the Muslim armies invading the Jewish territories.
That's true. Because Muhammad, according to the Islamic narrative, is dead. So he can't be leading anything. Now, if it referred to Abu Bakr or Umar, because Umar would have been, it would have been Umar at this time. If he would have been referring to Umar going about, a companion of this so-called prophet, going about and doing this, okay, that would be pretty interesting. I'd say that's very, very interesting. But again, he's supposed to be prophesying about this coming Christ, which isn't something that's in the Islamic doctrine, so you have to throw out part of this script, say that it's unreliable, as well as the part about Muhammad leading it, in order to make this fit into the Islamic narrative.
Yeah, but best case scenario is that you can only say, "Hey, people at the time knew that this guy, this figure existed, but as far as details about him, we don't know." Like, that's best case scenario.
Have you guys read The Shadow and the Sword by Tom Holland?
No.
So I think there's actually a couple of Christian sources that attest to Muhammad still being alive past the time he's supposed to have died in the Islamic sources. And they talk about him invading the Holy Land. And the kind of religion that he was advocating for was way more synchronistic than later Islam. And so I find this source fascinating because this all goes with that hypothesis. But then also, this one is very odd because it's talking about him predicting the coming of Christ. Now there's nothing like that in Sirat Rasulullah. I mean, the way that it sounds like fear that Christ became go back to the part in the quote where, I guess it's in his video, huh? Yeah. But like, I wouldn't consider the return of Christ being a central part of Muhammad's teaching at all.
Right here. I think it says it right here. The coming anointed one and Christ. So this is somehow it's supposed to have a coming anointed one, and we got Julian who wants to join us here. Coming anointed one.
Well, hello.
And Christ.
And
Yeah,
Christ.
it seems like this Muhammad, if this is an accurate representation of his beliefs, he's more aware of an etymological link between anointed one and Christ than whoever the author of the Quran seems to be.
Well, it looks like there's someone else that's supposed to be coming after Muhammad, according to this.
Mhm.
So if
Right.
he's saying that this is a reliable witness to Muhammad's life, one, Muhammad would still have to be alive. Two, Muhammad would have to be preaching something that is anti-Islam because he's supposed to be the last prophet. Here he's talking about an anointed one coming. So it doesn't seem to line
Modern
up.
contemporary Muslims, they do have Christ coming down as part of their eschatology, but it is not at all a major theme of the Quran. Like, if I was to tell you what I thought the major theme of the Quran would be, it would be you need to follow the one God and you need to believe in him or he's going to send natural disasters. That is what it says over and over. And if you don't follow him, you will go to hell and be tortured. If you do follow him, you get to go to heaven and get fruit and houris and all of that. That would be like the main theology of the Quran. There's like, it doesn't really talk about eschatology. You have to get separate, Islamic books on eschatology to learn more about their eschatology. So it's fascinating that this source is saying it seems to be summing up his message as the coming of the Christ or the anointed one.
Now, if it would have said, preaching one God and coming with a book. Okay.
Right.
Okay. That would have been interesting. That would have been at least something more to dig. Would have still contradicted the Islamic narrative, but it would have been interesting. Let's go ahead and continue. Actually, before we continue, Julian, do you want to introduce yourself real quick to the audience?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Can. Hi, I'm Julian. I have a YouTube channel. It's called Julian Gentry. That's my name. I mean, I talk about Islam and other things, but tonight we're talking about Islam. So, yeah, that's about it.
Very creative channeling, by the way.
Makes it easy to find.
That's true, because some people have in principle good names, but they're really hard to find because there's lots of channels with similar names. So using your own name is not a bad strategy.
Or just extremely generic names like your brother in Christ. Weird things like that.
Yeah, exactly. I bet you there's probably like 20 different Christian channels with some theme of brother in Christ in them. So
There's actually only one other channel I know of that has your brother in Christ in it.
Well, I said
So.
brother in Christ. I didn't say
Brother in
your
Christ. Okay,
brother.
brother in Christ. I didn't do that research before picking the
If you
name.
collab, y'all could be brothers in Christ.
Brothers
there
in
you go.
Christ.
Julian, you need to come up with an anagram using the letters of your name, like Voldemort.
That'd be good,
Like that.
but I'm not a villain.
I'll be working on that silently as we go through this live stream together.
Appreciate it. Good research there.
This is what the live streams turned into, turning Julian into the next Voldemort.
I still have a nose. Can't do that. Sorry. And I'm not bald.
Well, those can be fixed.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let's
true.
dive on it.
Was the one sent by God, and instead of him we should accept Hermolaus. For Isaiah said that we Jews have a mistaken and hardened heart until the land is made a desert. But go forth, Mr. Abraham, and learn about this prophet who is appearing. And I, Abraham, thoroughly investigating, heard from those who met him that you find nothing true in this so-called prophet except shedding human blood. For he says that he has the keys of paradise, which is unbelievable. So here we see that Abraham, the brother of justice who's communicating with Jacob, says that a prophet amongst the Arabs has appeared, and he has come with a great army with the sword and chariots. And this is obviously talking about the early Islamic conquests and the conquest of Jerusalem in 634. Now this is obvious.
Again, with the issue that Muhammad's still alive. Because Muhammad never made it, according to the Islamic narrative, Muhammad never made it to Jerusalem himself, as outside of the supposed night journey. He never conquered Jerusalem, nor anywhere else that this would have been talking about. So that's a bit of an issue for this being a witness.
Obviously absurd because the old scriptural man supposedly says, well, he can't be a prophet because prophets don't come with swords and chariots. Well, we know that's not true because that's all prophets did, especially in the Hebrew Bible.
Is that what all prophets did? Came with swords and chariots.
Backstage, and then you cut me off because you didn't want me to, spoil what I was going to say. This is the part that I found the most ridiculous. Granted, I only watched about, 50, 60% of the video before the live stream started. But to say that all prophets came with a sword is just laughable. Because don't Muslims try to say, oh, Lot was a prophet, Adam was a prophet?
Yes.
Who'd they fight?
He specifically said Solomon in this video, and Solomon is a king of peace. David is supposed to build the temple of God, and he's not allowed to because God says you've shed too much blood because you've gone to war. But your son is going to do it, and he's going to be a king of peace, not war.
Although, or modifying something I said, who did Lot fight? I would have to reread, the earlier chapters of Genesis because I know that Abram did fight some people. I'm not sure if Lot was with him during those escapades. But my point stands, who the heck did Adam fight? Right?
He said all the prophets.
No, that's what I mean.
Every single prophet. Every
Right.
single prophet came with a sword and chariots.
Wait. Islamically speaking, Jesus is a prophet, right?
Yes.
When did Isa ibn or I forget the middle word for son of
Ibn.
woman. Ibn, yeah. Isa ibn Maryam. Who did he fight with a sword? And then he's going to
that one
say,
doesn't count yet because he's going to come back and he's going to use a sword or a spear, depending on translation.
well, he didn't initially come with a sword, and then he's gonna maybe actually I'll wait on my next point.
Here's what Hosea 10:13 says, real quick. But you have plowed wickedness, you have reaped injustice, you have eaten the fruit of deception, because you have depended on your chariots, you've relied on your many warriors. Hosea is actually decrying war as a prophet. And he said Hebrew Bible in this video. He's not saying this is what the Islamic sources say of the biblical prophets. He's like, if you know your Hebrew Bible, you know that they all did war, and it's It's just not true.
I want to read about the conquests of Isaiah and Jeremiah. I'm interested in that, of Malachi. Like, ridiculous.
Joshua, David, Solomon, and many, many others. So in the time of strength, they did come with sword and chariots.
He's
what
actually-
Oh,
they
now
conquered.
it's just in the time of strength.
Yeah, now we're qualifying. Oh, now it's in the time of strength. It's only in the time of strength. Well,
What does that
Oh, like
mean?
Islam.
no. It means what he wants it to mean, because that's how this works.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a statement, realizes it's a stupid statement, and then tries to qualify it.
But Doctrina says this statement proves he's a false prophet. And now Lippy is like, well, this proves he's a true prophet because that's what the Bible actually says. What the heck?
As a matter of fact, that's exactly what the Torah commands in Deuteronomy, that you are to conquer land and spread monotheism and the religion of God on
No,
earth. Another
it doesn't say
Give
that.
me a reference, because it doesn't say that. I mean, you could try to point to some Deuteronomy, you could try to point to some situations, but those were very limited, specific situations. And guess what? We don't see a massive expanse of Israel like we do with Islam. We don't see a massive expanse through war of Christianity like we do Islam. In fact, we see the opposite in Christianity. We see a very peaceful takeover of the world superpower.
Not to mention, I'd be interested how, like, if he actually went to, Joshua's conquest of Cana, I'd be interested in his logic, seeing his logic and how he would extrapolate a specific time, a specific place, one specific group conquering another for a specific reason, that being God giving the promised land to Israel. And then no, the Bible gives boundaries. Like, hey, here's where you're going to go. This is like this tribe. You guys can go over here. This is so I'll be getting good. As long as you remain in my covenant, everything's going to be chill, right? There were limits. So just to do the blanket statement, first, all prophets came with the sword. Oh, no, but actually it's just during times of strength. Oh, look at Joshua's conquest of the Canaanites. Well, Joshua didn't go further than that. But guess what Islam did? Guess why Islam spread? By the sword. So to say that, oh, this is exactly like what we find in the Bible, not to mention, keep in mind, in the back of his head, he thinks that the biblical text has been corrupted. So why are you appealing to it?
Because his audience doesn't know and doesn't care. Did you look through the comments on this video? They're all.
I
looked at a couple.
They're all like, "Oh, there's no Christians here. Thanks for this video. This is great source material. We love this. Keep it up." And he ends this video by saying, "There's many, many, many more sources." He says it like 3 times. So the idea is his audience is thinking, oh man, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many more things just to crush the Christians. They're not going to check.
Well, and it's not even like a Christian claim that Muhammad didn't exist, right? I mean, there are Christians who claim that, but it's not a Christian claim.
Yeah.
So I take the position that he did exist. Okay, so what? I'm a Christian. I think Muhammad existing, I think that's actually horrible news for Muhammad. Because he's not in a good spot right now. That's all I'll say. So I feel bad for the guy.
That's true. Well, even then, so far we've got through one of his sources, and his sources contradict everything that's in the Hadith that talks about Muhammad. It contradicts everything, so he has to throw out 90% of this statement. Just hold in. There's a prophet among the Saracens, and he came with the keys to paradise, or whatever it was at the end. So that's all he's going to hold on to and throw out the entire rest of that. That is just selective editing. You're just you're cherry picking parts of sentences, and it's just parts of sentences you like, and throwing out the rest because they don't go in line with the point you're trying to make. That's not honest investigation.
Did any of you?
I mean, if it's only supposed to be evidence that Muhammad existed, then it definitely counts as evidence. Not proof in and of itself, but it counts as evidence. If it's supposed to prove that Christians thought Muhammad was a true prophet or Muhammad was a true prophet, well, then a million miles away from that, certainly.
Did any of you find the document that he's referencing? I tried to find any of the sources he was. Okay, because they all look like they came from the same book. Okay.
Yeah,
I ordered that
what
book.
he's using is the same exact book for the entire thing. But I actually looked at the sources, and he actually quotes one of them wrong. At least the book that he's using adds a bunch to the original document.
I think I just ordered the same book. There's an anthology of different sources that are like early non-Islamic sources about Muhammad. Let me see what it's named. Prophet has appeared, the rise of Islam through Christian and Jewish eyes. Is that what you're talking about?
That might be it.
Yeah, I just ordered that.
Sounds about right. That's not what he's quoting. He's saying he's going to these actual sources, which he's not. He's just copying from someone else that
someone should make a video parodying his where it's like, even Islamic sources admit that Christianity exists. And then it would just be like quoting Islamic sources where they mention that Christianity exists. It's like, okay, like, so what?
Yeah, like I said earlier, the time of the Doctrina Jacobi, like best case scenario, if you want to say, hey, they're talking about this figure. I mean, they get all the details wrong, but I mean, it loosely fits, what could be Muhammad. Yeah, that's best case scenario. It doesn't say his name. It gets, according to the Islamic sources,
I think it is
wrong.
I think it is Muhammad. What's awkward is that it's closer in proximity of time to the events described than any of the Sira literature. So it's like,
in other words,
way more likely to be true to history.
In other words, yeah, exactly. It gets Muhammad right, and the Muslim sources get Muhammad wrong.
Well, even on top of that, this is closer than the Quran is. Because the Quran wasn't fully compiled and fully written down until after this point.
That's a fascinating observation.
So this would actually be before the Quran itself. This is the first, and again, it doesn't name Muhammad in the source. It just says that there's a prophet. So, okay, let's go ahead and continue.
Before you go on, a trivial update here, but there are now 41 watching live.
Oh.
When we started, I believe Ali Daw was at 36. I kept an eye. It dropped all the way down to 26 before he ended his stream. So either way, you have officially surpassed Ali Dawa. Your live streams are more popular than his.
How is he only at 20 people? That's ridiculous.
Well, so when he was at 36, Thaddeus did the math where if you extrapolated or if you downsized Ali Dawa proportionally to Eric's and compared Eric would have had, at the time, how much was it, Thaddeus?
Like a little less than a half of a viewer.
Yeah. So an Islamic woman, Islamically speaking, right? But I wonder, could you do the math the other way? Where if Eric at this viewer to subscriber rate, if Eric had Ali Dawa's sub count, how many would it be? And then we should be saying, all right, hey, Ali, this is what you should be doing.
Doesn't he have like
I could do that.
Yeah, like 1.3
Yeah.
or something.
That's crazy.
2,900 based on the current ratio here is how many Ali would have had. So he was supposed to have 2,900 and he had 29. So
wow. I feel bad for
you're
him.
100 times more popular relative to the channel size.
If any of you people watching get bored, go over there and send him some love. Give that house elf some love. Maybe buy a prayer rug while you're there. Because I think the only people on his channel right now are his mom and his uncle and his brother. And so he just needs some love.
He needs some help. We got you, buddy. We'll help you out.
Yeah, Christian's always got your back.
We'll even take your sins into hell for you, according to your sources.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, that's a separate issue.
that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was proclaiming the coming of the Christ. Now, I'm not sure what this is a reference to. Maybe the individual there is mistaken or reporting a false news.
No, it says that the prophet is predicting the coming of the anointed one and Christ, which
It's
that's Islamically an issue.
Yeah,
It's
what
an
could he be
and.
talking about? What could that possibly be referring to? If only it wasn't a vague and ambiguous term what Christ and anointed one is. But it better be vague and ambiguous because it totally contradicts modern Islam. So I don't know who this is. It could be anybody. It could be Thaddeus. It could be Ronald McDonald. Who knows?
You know,
I mean, and it's not like the text tells us
Yeah, we're not-
indirectly that,
Although-
we should have accepted the real Christ, the real anointed one. Unfortunately, we didn't, right? Because, again, this is Christian propaganda aimed at Jews, basically saying, ha, you guys are wrong. You're going to get Muhammad as your prophet now because you didn't accept the real Christ.
This Christian source that's 150 years older than any of our sources about our own prophet is saying things that contradict what we believe later. So therefore, maybe they got something wrong here. Maybe it's vague and ambiguous, and they must have, maybe they got something confused.
Prophet Jacoby, peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him. Peace and blessings be upon him. Peace and blessings be upon Ali Dawa with all 5 of his viewers.
Exactly.
News or mistaken news. However, another interesting detail is that he says this prophet comes and he says he's holding the keys of paradise, attesting to a hadith where the prophet says, I hold the keys of paradise. So subhanallah, we have a narration attested by non-Muslim sources 2 years after the prophet, peace be upon him.
It's not a
that's not what
narration,
that
Mr.
word
Sheffield.
means. You can't just say, they use the same word there. It's contesting it. It's showing that it's absolutely 100% true because they use the same phrase. No, that's not how that works.
Well, you know what he's saying. It obviously is an attestation of the hadith, right? It's obviously not attestation. Oh, they just heard the same hadith that we didn't bother to write down for 200 years. But what it is, attestation is that Muhammad was going around claiming he had the keys of paradise. Now, why was he doing that? Or possibly why it could actually go the other way around, right? It could be Christian propaganda that Muhammad is claiming that, and then Muslims stupidly adopt that because they don't know that Christians are using that to make fun of Muhammad. But either way, what is this saying? Well, Muhammad is a false prophet who was claiming to have the keys of paradise. Yeah. Oh, alhamdulillah, look, our sources say the same thing.
Maybe y'all know more
That's
hadith
hilarious.
than I do, but I just looked up on Grok. What hadith has Muhammad say, I'm holding the keys of paradise? Grok says, there is no authentic hadith in which Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, thanks Grok for being diverse and equitable and including, directly says the words, I'm holding the keys of paradise, or a close equivalent, like I hold the keys of paradise, or I have the keys of Jannah. In the major collections of the Sunni hadith, such as Bukhari, Muslim, Sunan, blah, blah, blah. The closest related authentic traditions emphasize the keys to paradise belong to Allah. Okay, so I wonder which hadith he is citing here. If he could cite it for us, then we could agree with it and be like, wow, this really did last this whole time. But without a citation,
according to him, this is a Christian source, right?
It is a Christian source, yes.
Well, then maybe it's quoting Matthew 16:19, where Jesus says, I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, but his argument was he's saying this hadith we have from later is authentic because it's corroborated by this early source. What's the later hadith?
And like that is pointed out, it would be absolutely hilarious if why they said what they said in that hadith, if it exists, if their original source was this Christian propaganda piece. Like that would be like it's a feedback loop of yes, we're right. Oh, our later source says this. We look at the earlier source, it says this. but nothing else this says is accurate about Muhammad. But it affirms this. But how do we get this? Oh, because this earlier source, which
And I'd be perfectly fine conceding the point. I bet that there is the occasional historical nugget within all the hadith, but you have no way of knowing what's historical or not. My point just being, I wish he'd given a citation, because right now with AI fact checking him, it looks like he's pulling stuff out of his butt.
Not
Well,
Miz
he would
Ipswich.
never do anything like that, right?
I want to.
find out.
I have a friend who on his channel he likes to quote a saying from Giant DOC where they say, "Never trust someone who never puts their sources on screen." And so far, Libby has not done that. I mean, he's granted in regards to quoting a Bible verse or a hadith. Yes, he's been putting up what he's quoting in terms of a non-Islamic source corroborating the existence of Muhammad, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what hadith exactly he's quoting, and if it has that exact phraseology.
The one time he puts a Bible verse on screen later, he gets it so wrong, and I'm so excited to get to that.
Well, we'll get to that later. No spoilers yet.
Yes, I know.
Passes away. The next one we'll be discussing is known in scholarship as the account ad 637. This is a personal account by a
Okay,
Nephizite Christian written.
I'm sorry, but don't say that a phrase like that. According to scholarship, it's known as the account of 637. No, that's not the scholarly title. It's some document number, right? I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's a fragmentary document, and it's known by a number in technical scholarship. But yeah, informally, you can call it the account of 637 if you want. Don't use that phrase if that's not what you meant. Okay, sorry.
So
Trivial,
it took
but
me a while. Actually, no, it's not trivial, because it took me a while to actually track this down, because the reference he gave isn't the actual name of it.
correct.
So
It's not at all.
It is the fragment of, like you said, it is a fragment from 637. Fragment of the Arab conquest is one of its names. It's also referred to as the account of 637. So it took a while hunting that down, but I was able to find it, and it is, I think, 3 sentences. I should have the full text here from it.
Yeah, it might have
four
been
sentences,
longer because it is a fragmentary, but what we have, I think that sounds about right. 3 sentences.
But that's what we got to go off of, is the 3 sentences, although he seems to have some more sentences from it, which seems to be kind of weird.
Also, I think I found the hadith on the Keys of Paradise.
You want to share that real
I-
quick?
Yeah, I've been looking for here. Let me.
Is it Daif?
It's Hassan, so it's not
Hassan.
Sahih.
Oh,
just
it's
put it in the
Hassan.
private
But
chat.
yet,
That's sound. Hassan means sound, so.
But I'm just saying, like, it took me like a couple minutes to find this one, even though I looked up hadith where Muhammad has the keys to paradise. And wouldn't you know that this hadith doesn't exactly say that Muhammad has them? So
so we'll go ahead.
Interesting.
It's always weird. Throw
So
this
if
on
you
up
scroll
here.
down to 1, 2, 3, the fourth one, Jabir ibn Abdullah. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the keys right here. Keys of Paradise. Oop. There we go. Keys of Paradise. Muhammad talked about the Keys of Paradise.
Allah's messenger said the
that's-
key to paradise is salat prayer, and this key to prayer is purification. But if you
Well, I mean-
scroll
Take
if
a
you
bath.
scroll 3 hadith down, I found a funny one. Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, said,
Oh, you passed it.
Oh, I did.
There we go. When the Prophet would exit the toilet, he would say, "Gufranak."
Man, we should play.
This is a he.
We should play Hadith Bingo. Like just the weirdest stuff. See if we can find it in Hadith.
What
That
does
would be so fun.
Gufranak mean?
I don't know.
It sounds like an expletive.
I don't know if I want to know. Because he's coming out of the toilet. I don't think I want to know.
It means don't go in there.
It means I regret Taco Bell.
Yeah.
It means, oh, I just dropped a nuke. Oh, Muhammad predicted nuclear warfare.
If any of you guys on this live stream or listening ever converts to Islam and decides to do a terror attack, instead of screaming Allahu Akbar, scream that phrase from that hadith instead.
Gufranak.
Gufranak.
So I just put that whole, clump of Arabic into Google Translate, and it's like this guy narrated to us that he got it from this guy. So this is according to Prophet Google Translate. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, came out of the toilet, he would say, "I seek your forgiveness."
Probably the nicest thing.
Yo!
Now we know why they did translate it.
Listen.
well,
I
that's
said
like
drop
that.
the nuke on as like a joke. But, woo!
That's how you need to end all your
that's-
live streams,
oh.
Eric. At the end of the live stream.
That's crazy.
Man, I'm gonna have to get that
Well, is that-
confirmed if that's an accurate translation. Because if so, that needs to be a video.
We gotta make t-shirts.
Well, that in parallel that to Muhammad asking for forgiveness 70 times in a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that
some
must have been
bowel
after
issues,
Taco
man.
Bell. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
man,
man.
all I know is Islamic bombs are being dropped in the 7th century. Crazy.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get back to the source now that we've had that interesting.
Then
little-
derail.
I'm sorry, I had to bring it
Detour.
up because
Hey.
it was right there. It was right there.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
It was a good
And there's your
segment.
hadith for the day, or the hadith of the week. There you go. Oh my goodness.
Syriac, written on the cover or the first page of the Bible. This manuscript is found in the British Library. Although the manuscript is not in the best shape and a lot of it is missing, we do have a pretty good account of what's being described. And this is
Actually, we don't.
the first.
Sorry,
There's a lot of
I
it
just
is
realized
missing.
something. I just realized something a little off topic. I apologize. So he's not looking at the camera. He's obviously reading something.
Yes.
Mhm.
You're reading something, and yet every second and a half you have to make a cut.
Yeah.
Are you not
Yes.
good at reading or something? Like that doesn't make any sense. The whole point of like reading the script is to avoid having to make an excessive amount of cuts. So you don't have to like memorize what you wrote down, look at the camera, give your whole spiel, and then cut it up accordingly. He's reading what's in front of him, and he's still.
My
I
man
don't
should
know.
get a teleprompter.
I don't think that'll help him.
Yeah, I guess not.
This is the equivalent.
AI Orthodox Muslim. At least he wouldn't blink, right? Or he would look at the video. That's what I meant. Oh boy, that is
Prophet,
that is
peace be
my
upon
constant
him,
problem
is
with these
mentioned by
videos.
name outside of the Quran. Let's give it a read. So the manuscript is cut off and some words are not able to be read. So that's why it's unintelligible in the beginning, but scholars try to reconstruct what it's saying. And so this is what it says right here. It says,
So this is a Muslim Well, this here is more.
It's
of the
not a
original.
Muslim reconstruction. It's a scholarly reconstruction. But yeah, see all those dots are missing words because the document is in
Well-
very poor shape.
Well, my point is, this is what is actually on the document, right
Yes.
here.
Right. That's
what
what's
he's
actually
going to
there.
give us after this is not on the document. It's addition,
correct.
speculation. So this is what we got to go on.
Muhammad priest Mar Elijah, and they came, and from strong month, and the Romans fled in January.
So that was the document that he's saying is proof. It mentions Muhammad, but that's about it. It mention anything about priesthood or Muslims or Islam or anything.
Just to be clear, does everyone on this panel agree that Muhammad existed?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So it's like,
That's not even my problem with the video. The problem is all the biblical stuff that he just butchers.
it's like trying to prove to us that the Bible has pages in it. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, we got
And he titled this "What the Earliest Christians Said About the Prophet Muhammad."
Well, that's a great point.
Yeah,
When
I thought it was
decided
going to
to
be
do
like.
this-
I thought it was going to be like him bringing up, church fathers talking about, oh, see, even the early church thought that there's, Jesus wasn't God and there was going to be another prophet to come. That's what I thought he was going to do. So then, 25, 30 minutes before this live stream started, when I watched this video, I was like, oh, that's a misleading title. What the heck?
I didn't watch the video before, and I had a whole bunch of like books from the church fathers and Justin Martyr and Irenaeus and all this stuff ready to go for the live stream.
Eric, you texted us last week. You were like, "Who here knows about the early church fathers?"
I was like,
"Oh,
that's because I hadn't yet watched it." I was like, "Oh, we'll just do a cold response to this thing." We'll prepare for this. We'll start looking up church fathers and do all this research. And wait.
And so then I had to leave at the beginning of the live stream, but I realized nothing I had was relevant. And I went and grabbed all of my 7th century Christian sources to see if any of them pop up. Yeah, what a dumb video.
Yes, this was totally a bait and switch, and I 100% fell for the bait and switch.
And as Julian said earlier, all the comments on the video are like, "Oh, we're the Christians. The Christians aren't here defending their position."
Our position is that we think 7th century Christians believed Muhammad existed. Like, who is he arguing with?
Yeah, and so far, nothing he's brought up shows that Christians thought that he was a prophet.
And peace and blessings be upon him. He might think this is the earliest Christians. I mean, he wasn't aware that Italy is the historical land of Rome, so why would he know what year the earliest Christians are?
Wait, he didn't know that?
No, not in his debate with IP.
Oh.
It's almost like there's a city that has the same name there or something. Rome. Where could that be?
He also, I don't want to make this a personal attack or anything, but he mispronounces several really easy words in this video, and it just bugs me. Like he said, there's a quote later from a later document where it says the Muslims like devastated these people, and he says devastated.
What?
And then there's another document that's called, what was it called? The Chronicle of Thomas the Presbyter, and he calls him Thomas.
Julian.
Presbyter!
Thomas?
Oh.
We got to get to the point first.
Yeah, that's true.
Thomas and Matthew.
That's it. So my point was that this is what we got to go on, is what is right here. And that's what he's building his case off of. So far, he's got a story that is a reference from a fictional story from that time period, and one word on this. Because Muhammad's the only thing that's applied to it.
Is it possible that the guy who got, pressed in the cave at Hira, however you pronounce his name, is it possible that he wasn't the first to have said name?
Very
sure,
possible.
I mean, it's logically possible.
So with this quote, is there more to this, or is like this what
this is the original, and he's going to give you the reconstructed version that he likes.
I mean, there are really more
how you can. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just saying,
January,
like, if that's all you had to work off of, that what he showed on screen just now, the original, I don't know how you can make a strong case that that's talking about the Islamic Muhammad. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, here's what it brings up.
Okay.
Mesa received assurances for their lives. Many villages were destroyed through the killing by the Arabs of Muhammad, and many people were killed, and the captives were taken from Galilee to Bet.
All right, forget what I
Those
said.
Arabs camped by Damascus. We saw everywhere, and the olive oil that they had brought, and them on the 26th of May went from Emesa. The Romans pursued them. On the 10th of August, the Romans fled from Damascus. Many, about 10,000. The following year, the Romans came, and on the 20th of August in the year 947, they're assembled in Gabitha. The Romans and many people were killed. From the Romans, about 50,000 in the year 948.
So, real quick, if these are the Arabs of Muhammad, which is what he's saying, this happened 5 years after the death of Muhammad?
Mm-hmm. And note that
By
it
the
doesn't
Islamic
say
sources?
Arabs of, right? It doesn't actually say Arabs of. That was
Yeah,
in
that was
brackets
added.
because it's an assumption. Now, to be fair, there is missing text there, but we don't know what it was. That's just a guess. So what we have is that there's a lot of killing, and we have Muhammad, right? So this source could be
Accurate.
claiming that Muhammad is still
More
alive.
accurate prophet.
All right, many villages were destroyed through the killing by, and we have some missing text, Muhammad, and many people were killed. So we can reasonably assume
say
that
that-
Muhammad is associated with this killing, but we can't reasonably assume that it's referring to his armies necessarily. This could be some other person named Muhammad. That's a possibility. It could be they think Muhammad is directly responsible for it. That's the most probable explanation. They think that Muhammad is leading these armies. Or, as the Muslims would like, it's just saying the Arabs that are following the example of Muhammad are doing the killing.
So yeah, at the same time, if you read just the text itself, killed by, it could be someone else. Muhammad and many people were killed.
Mm-hmm.
Apologetic Jaws
Oh, yeah, that's true.
asking a question I'm wondering about too. What year system are we on? Because it doesn't look like Olympiads, and it looks like it's everything's 300 years later than the normal Christian one. So
It's using a calendar that was applicable at the time, but no longer applies. But that is the date is correctly translated to 636.
So when is this source from? Because it's giving us events from
636. So this is what
636.
this actually is this is someone's handwritten notes in the margins of a biblical manuscript. So it's
Okay.
assumed that they are literally witnessing these events and writing it down, which was common practice at the time that people actually did this. So that's the assumption, that someone is witnessing these armies sacking their city. They're writing it down in the margins of their Bible real quick, and it has happened to survive to today.
By killing, it must mean like compulsionless preaching. It must be a
Definitely.
mistranslation. Many villages were brought to Islam, that must be mistranslated, through the no compulsion in religion preaching by Muhammad. And
And when it says killed, it means their pagan ways, and they submitted to Tawheed, to the one true God, pure monotheism. That's what
Yeah.
killed it means.
and we'll take this model and we'll interpret all of these texts that way and throw out everything that contradicts us, and we'll laugh at people when they call us circular. Ah, that's not circular. You're running.
That's just an Uthmanic tradition.
Alhamdulillah.
Absolutely. So the problem is there's not really enough information to be able to say who this Muhammad character is. Again, if you're just saying, yeah, and guess what? Yes, Muslims, you can have people have the same exact name. Definitely when you only use one name for that person. For example, Eric. The peak for Eric in the United States, there were about 28,000 babies all named Eric in that 1 year. That's a lot of people. So if you say, Eric went to the store or Eric and many people were killed, that doesn't mean who are you talking about?
I am going to be
There's
devil's
no actual
advocate here,
determining
though.
factor on this.
Devil's
Go ahead.
advocate here, Eric. The way he's just slaughtering everybody kind of sounds like our guy. I mean, he's just going to all the villages, killing everyone and destroying everything. And his name is Muhammad. If it was just Muhammad, it's like maybe it's another one, but I don't know. This
Yeah,
feels
and-
pretty familiar.
But we agree with that.
If he's the one doing the killing.
Yeah, right.
We agree with that. Like, yeah, let's take the worst case scenario that this source is exactly what he says it is. Okay.
Well, what does
Cool.
this tell us? He's alive past the time of the Islamic sources, which means they're
Yep.
not historical. We agree with that.
Mhm.
He's super violent. We agree with that. He exists. We agree with that. We agree with all those things, and none of them help Islam.
The funny thing is, a lot of Muslims would disagree with two of those points that say that he's already dead and he was this peaceful preaching individual that, never forced anyone to convert to Islam. But here we go, him attacking people and killing them according to these sources. Both of these sources agree on him being a murderer. Just absolutely going to war, killing people. So not technically murder, I guess, but at least aggressively attacking and killing people.
But Eric,
And
according to my Dawa pamphlet that was given to me about the Prophet Muhammad and why I should know him,
Oh, no.
he had a mission of mercy, and
Oh,
he
no.
preached forgiveness, equality, tolerance, gentleness, humbleness, and was the ideal husband. The ideal husband.
I think their ideal might be slightly different than mine.
Yeah, so I don't know, man.
think they're using the word
I got my
much.
Dawa pamphlet to lean on. I'm sticking with what they have to say.
It's Saki. It's a Saki pamphlet.
The historical Muhammad might just kill all of the Muslims of today if he met them. Christ is about to come, the anointed one. Like hack him to death, They're like, well, he's supposed to be preaching peace. I'm so confused.
Many people were killed from the Romans, about 50,000 in the year 948. So not only does this attest to the Prophet Muhammad by name, but this attests to the Battle of Yarmouk that took place in the year 636 CE. Just 5.
No,
Please.
it doesn't.
Well, no, it does take.
It didn't
It
say
does
anything
testify
about
that a battle took
specific.
place. But
A
he
battle,
can't say both
absolutely.
things, right? He can't say that it testifies to the existence of Muhammad and the specific battle of 636 unless he thinks Muhammad was at that battle.
Oh, yeah.
Good point. On top of that, it doesn't name the battle. It doesn't say where the battle necessarily took place. It just said that there was a battle that year. Guess what? Warfare, there's a lot of battles.
Yeah.
Years after the Prophet passes away, and we have a direct by name mention of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Just 2 years after his
Wait, is he dead or not? Because you just
I
said
don't
this was 5 years after his death
Mm-hmm.
that we have by name him being mentioned. Yes, as the leader of, at least in one reference, as him being the leader. This one not being necessarily the leader, possibly the leader. We're not sure. So no, this doesn't prove your point. This actually would be in spite of the Islamic sources.
And notice what we don't have: an Islamic source 5 years after the time of Muhammad that mentions him by name.
Yeah. Because again, this is still written according to the Islamic sources before the Quran was completely written down and compiled.
Mm-hmm.
death, we have a mention not by name in the Doctrina Yaqubi that we went through. Now, I just want to put this into perspective for you. The first time Jesus is ever attested by a Christian source, not even a non-Christian source, comes from Paul's letters around 20 years after his supposed death. The first time the prophet
You liar.
of Jesus is attested to by non.
Okay, first of all, he's a liar. I mean, scholarship will say that a couple passages of Paul's letters, he's quoting doctrinal statements of faith made within 3 years of the death of Jesus. So that's a lie. But also, it's not comparable because Jesus is around 30 AD and Muhammad's around 610 AD, right? So the further you go, or 622 if we want to go with his death, right? The further you go in time, the more sources are going to exist. So there's nothing remarkable about this. This is completely expected. And there's all kinds of insignificant nobodies who are mentioned in their contemporary sources. And there's rulers like kings who are not mentioned in a source because it's random what's preserved. In fact, the less important a document is, the more likely it is to be preserved over a long period of time. So this is just complete nonsense. This is not a valid argument whatsoever.
Well, 20 years later is great for the ancient world, especially the first century, especially in the area that used papyrus. So a lot of like vellum will last longer, but 20 years, that's nothing. That's nothing in the ancient world. And then if you look at the earliest manuscripts, so that's whenever they're written, that's all within living memory. So totally irrelevant that it's 20 years because the people who witnessed it are still alive. And then you have your earliest manuscripts. There's some early New Testament manuscripts from the 2nd century, so like really not that much further. But then the Islamic sources that they use that are primary to them, like the Hadith, they're from 200 years later, and he's sitting here whining about 20 years. And the Sirat Rasul Allah is the earliest, most complete biography of Muhammad that's written by Muslims. It's from 150 years later. That's when it was written. That's not just like our oldest manuscript of it. That's when it was written. And so it's so ridiculous. If you take their standards and ever put them up to a mirror, they look like complete clowns when they say this kind of stuff. Put the mirror to the rest of the ancient world, he looks like a complete idiot. Put it to his own Islamic stuff, he looks like a complete idiot. When he's sitting here, 20 years, that's nothing. It is nothing.
And again, I don't have a problem with them having early sources. Definitely these early sources, like guess what? Contradict the Islamic sources. So if I'm to believe these sources, I have to disbelieve in Islam because Islam, at least anyone that accepts any of the hadith, is wrong.
I think like my model of Muhammad would be some kind of a heretical Christian who maybe is super violent. He wants lots of sex. He wants lots of money. Maybe he's preaching that Christ is coming soon, something like that. That would match all of the evidence that we have. All of that contradicts Islam. They don't realize how big of a problem history is for them.
Christian sources comes from around 60 whole years after his supposed death by the Jewish historian Josephus, writing in the year 94 AD in his work called The Antiquities of the Jews. Imagine this. The Prophet Muhammad is first attested by Muslim sources within his lifetime from the Quran itself, which dates.
No, it's not within his lifetime. We've already established this. According to the hadith they say is true, it's 12 years after his death, which is even later than the sources you're giving us.
Not to mention, like, if he's going to use the standard of, oh, they were reciting the Quran during Muhammad's lifetime, and then after his death, way later on, then they wrote everything down. I mean, how is that a different standard to the apostles walking around town with Christ, and then later on remembering what all that, through the Holy Spirit's inspiration, remembering what happened and then writing it down? Like, how is that different?
I'll tell you how it's different, because with the Quran, we don't know who exactly it is we're getting it from. So it might be Zayd ibn Thabit, or, if we're going to trust these hadith that are from 200 years later, who collected it for Uthman, as opposed to the Gospels, where our earliest copies of them say Kata Markan, Kata Yuanain. They have, You could call it an isnod. It's one name long. It's just the disciple who directly knew Jesus. It's the euangelion, the good news according to, and then their name. That is our isnod. They're always someone who knew Jesus, or Luke, who tells us he knew autotoptai, which are eyewitnesses. Bart Ehrman himself, the skeptic, famous skeptic, he says, I believe Luke when he's saying that he knew eyewitnesses. And then Mark, early church fathers like Papias tell us that he knew Peter. In First Peter, he makes a reference to my son Mark. So everything looks like they had a relationship together, and that Mark was writing for Peter because Peter probably didn't have very good Greek.
Oh, but see, you got to pass it down through 10 to 15 generations before you write it down. And that's how you ensure accuracy. If you just write it down right away, that is a formula for getting things wrong. You got to pass it on orally from person to person to person to person to person to person, and then write it down, or else it can't be accurate.
Yeah, so we have an account
Very
from
true.
person to person to person to person to person to person, and that account that's several chains of hearsay is telling us that the Quran wasn't directly written by Muhammad. So we have hearsay telling us that the Quran is hearsay. That's what we
Listen,
have.
I
Yes.
recently with some friends, played like a little. I won't get into the rules. It was essentially like a telephone-esque game. So if we got our answers so unbelievably wrong in 20 minutes of time, how much more if it's twice as many people over decades? And it's not just like a 3-word phrase. It's like a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you can reliably trust that.
Because it's based on the legitimacy or the honesty and the memory of the people in the chain. And those people in the chain include women who had pregnancies that lasted 4+ years long. So they deemed that their character was so good that when they say, my dead husband is the one who impregnated me and he died 4 years ago, that the Muslims believed them. But you see, because of the high accuracy and honesty of these people in the chains, we know they have to be accurate.
The only character that matters, the only integrity that matters, is that final guy writing the isnad, or whoever it was that made it. It doesn't matter how. I could make up a list of names right now and put Mother Teresa on it, and it doesn't mean you need to give the name Mother Teresa in that list all of the credibility that you would give Mother Teresa. It would only be my own credibility that's being shown or not shown by me writing the list.
Yep. But so totally, everyone in that chain was 100% honest. After all, you would never, ever lie about someone who is already dead by making them sound better than that they were in life. That never happens. Definitely when the honor of the family's involved, that wouldn't ever happen. Now, just a real quick mention to the live viewers that we have. We have currently 15 off Twitter and 58 off of YouTube. So we are still larger than Alidawa.
Let's go.
You're roughly double Alidawa on YouTube alone, because we don't know. Maybe Alidawa also had some viewers on Twitter. We can't say. I don't think he's streaming on Twitter, but I don't know for a fact. But you're double him on YouTube with less than 1% of his subscribers. In fact,
Seems
close
legit.
to 0.1% of his subscribers.
Well, let's keep going then.
Dates back to his lifetime. And the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is attested by non-Muslim sources just 2 years after his death, and by
They're contested that he was still alive 2 years after his death. It would be
Define
like-
attested by. That's what he.
That would
Define
be like someone,
alive.
it'd be like Josephus writing that Jesus was still walking around and he never died on the cross, and he's
Yeah,
still
at
here
40
alive
AD.
chatting with his disciples.
Oh, look, we have secular
years after.
attestation of Jesus. It's like contradicting all of our own books. What a clown show.
Not to mention, like, if his whole point is it's unreliable, well, if Josephus is unreliable, how much more so is Muhammad when he came saying that, 600 years later, that the things that everyone knows that Christ went through, that actually didn't have no. So if you're going to discredit Josephus for, however many decades it was, from Christ's death, burial, resurrection to when Josephus put pen to pad, how much more are you going to do so when it comes to what Muhammad says?
Mm-hmm.
Like it again, I think Christian Gadfly said it earlier. If we apply your standard to you, you'll look like a bigger idiot than what you're trying to make us.
Yeah.
Can I be the guy that says we're still on the second source and we should move on to the third one?
We can in just a second. I need to tell you this,
but
Julian.
so Josephus, right? Josephus writes around the year 80 AD, and he's a professional historian, right? So he has the ability to interview people, weigh evidence, do all kinds of fact checking, so to speak. But he's not reliable because he's too late. However, if you even though he's within living memory of the events he's describing, right? But people 200 years after the time of Muhammad, they are 100% reliable because someone gave them a chain of names, and those names, according to the same people who give them the chains of names, are reliable names. When, as pointed out, really only the person that writes it down matters. Anyone could write down any chain of names. And who's going to know that that chain of names is not accurate? So really only the person writing it down matters. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Everyone matters because that person matters. They could make it up. Maybe they're perfectly honest, but the person before them was not made it up, right? So actually everyone, any weak link in the entire chain, and it's all garbage. And this is the perfect system, but Josephus, a professional historian weighing evidence within living memory, that's garbage.
Yeah, that's the logic of Islam.
You ever seen that scene from The Prince of Egypt? One weak link will bring down the empire. That's what's going on right there.
5 years after his death. Not only that, the Battle of Yarmouk is attested to 1 year after it takes place by non-Muslim sources. What is so significant about the Battle of Yarmouk? The Battle of Yarmouk is significant, significant, because it marks the decisive end of Byzantine control over Syria and Palestine. Cities like Damascus were captured.
This battle is so significant. Why is it significant? Because it's so significant.
He's saying
and
like
he's reading a script. He wrote it down and is reading like.
We say it like he's cooking, like he's just saying this deep, profound thing that's going to be so applicable to our lives and change everything. And this is so significant because this one team beat another team. Okay. By the way, Julian, sorry to waste everyone's time, but I'm a selfish person. I just wanted to bring this up. So I tried to do an anagram of your name. I couldn't find one. I put mine into an anagram with an AI, and I got Crafty Shining Lad for Christian Gadfly.
There's your new YouTube channel name.
Oh, it's so good. Okay, sorry. Y'all keep going.
And I do want to point out again, the source doesn't say that it was necessarily that battle, just a battle occurred. It didn't say it was such a big battle like that. I mean, it was still a large battle, but not like, we've lost everything.
Actual historians, as I already said earlier, they believe that this person is describing events that led up to the sacking of their own city, and now they're writing it down because their own city has been sacked. So there is no indication whatsoever in the source that this is some kind of decisive battle. It's probably the sacking of a random city. So for him to say, well, this is proof that this battle that was so important, it's accredited to Muhammad, and that proves Islam, even though Muhammad was long dead and they think he's alive. Alhamdulillah. I mean, this is just so stupid. So stupid.
So I just ended the poll just FYI, 90% of the people who voted agree that yes, first century would have been where you found the earliest Christians. First to third. So yeah, no duh. But let's see what he's got.
The rest of Palestine was captured. And again, this is attested to just 1 year after it took place. With Ramadan being just around the corner, many of us want to complete
ad
the
for Ramadan.
Quran in 30 days. But how many of us know how to important? Why?
How can you
It's
recite the
early
Quran in 30
words
days while
that
stuffing
are
your
being
face?
recited. Before, you'll find the link.
Well,
Does it
remember
bother
that it was
anybody else?
revealed. Remember, the Quran was revealed in those 30 days, which still has no clue what that actually means.
That was
what?
a boring 30 days. Can you imagine if you had to sit and listen to the Quran for 30 days? It took me about a year to read the whole thing, and it was like sitting on a cactus trying to get through it. It's horrible.
Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Because the Quran was revealed over a very long period of time, right? Muhammad's entire career. So did he like the first
That's a
day
great
of
point.
Ramadan in the first year of his career, he got a chapter of the Quran, and then he had to wait another year and 1 day to the second day of Ramadan the next year to get the next chapter? I mean, what is this crap?
So his
I don't
in
know.
sports terms, his points per or his career total points was like all right, but his points per game were a little iffy, not very efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's just it, because that's like the root of Ramadan, though, is that's supposed to be why they're doing this Ramadan fast. And it's like there's no actual truth to the historical claim that they have there, and it makes no sense because what does it mean? And their scholars aren't even sure what it actually means.
Link in the description below. This next Syriac document is known as the Chronicle of Thomas the Presbyter. Now, this chronicle is important.
Thomas.
Why? It's early
It says
and
Thomas.
it is an account of a
Thomas.
Mephizite.
And
Thomas.
Matthew.
You know, as
I
a
think
kid,
it's
my favorite show as a kid was Thomas the Tongue Engini.
he says it multiple times if I remember correctly. How?
One of you Muslims who's watching this, who loves this guy and doesn't want him to look like an idiot, doesn't want him made fun of all over the internet, you need to get him alone and let him know how to say Thomas. Because every time this happens, we're all just going to sit and roll our heads back laughing.
So yeah, again, it's very interesting what he says about this source.
Christian from the time of Adam up until the end of the rule of Heraclius. Now, this chronicle is so messy and the details are all over the place that scholars are led to say that the author of this chronicle was absolutely insane. He was
Incoming
out of
cherry
his mind.
picking.
But in this chronicle, something very
I said incoming
Okay.
cherry picking. Whenever they're like, oh, it's vague
Yeah.
and it's confusing, they are about to cherry pick whatever supports their thing and then disregard everything that contradicts them.
No, I
He's
was saying what to
also
Vague
you.
and unreliable, and I think he's about to call him and scholars think he's crazy.
Yeah.
But
No, he
that's why
did. That's why I said what to. He
Okay,
said he's
Yeah, he just said
absolutely
that his
insane.
source is nuts.
And yet
His source,
he
yes, is
perfectly tells us about Muhammad. He's insane,
it's a
except for the
perfectly
parts where he
reliable
mentions
witness.
Muhammad.
Oh, but he's crazy. He's absolutely nuts, but he's perfectly reliable in this one little section here.
He's getting his gloves on to go pick a cherry.
important is mentioned, and that is the Prophet Muhammad is yet attested to by name, and the Muslims are attested to engaging with the Romans in battle. Let's go ahead and give it a
By
read.
the crazy
In the year
speaker.
6:34. The seventh indication on Friday, February the 4th, at the 9th hour, there was a battle between the Romans and the Arabs of Muhammad in Palestine, 12 miles east of Gaza. The Romans fled. They abandoned the patrician Bryden, and the Arabs killed him. About 4,000 poor villagers from Palestine, Christians, Jews, and Samaritans were killed, and the Arabs destroyed the whole region. In the year 635, the ninth indication, the Arabs invaded all Syria and went down to Persia and conquered it. They
Thank you.
ascended the mountain of Mardin, and the Arabs killed many monks in Kedar and Bnata. The blessed Simon, the doorkeeper of Kedar, the brother of Thomas, the priest, died there. Here you see the Prophet Muhammad.
I did it again.
So real quick here, I didn't hear. He said the Muslims were specifically contested to. I didn't hear the Muslims. I didn't hear any reference to Islam or Muslims. Yet that's supposed to be in the Quran. That's supposed to be very early in that they said this. And again, we see Muhammad still being alive. This is 8 years after his death.
I would concede it and grant it, because once again, it's like, well, who else is going to be going around hacking everybody to death, hacking monks to death? And it's so funny because it's like, I'm so tired of these Christians trying to prove that our sources are ahistorical and that Muslims are violent. But let's look at the truth. Here's the earliest Christian sources. And what do they say? They say that we're horribly violent and kill random monks without any kind of self-defense even being argued for, without there even being a case for it. And that Muhammad is still alive, even though he's supposed to be dead in our books. See,
aren't we awesome?
Stuck on that, Christians. Look at all these sources saying that our historical sources are bad and that we're violent. They're everywhere. It's like,
I do want to just correct a tiny point, your brother in Christ. Although the source is 8 years after the death of Muhammad, is describing events 2 years after the death of Muhammad.
so he's only a
So it's
little
just-
bit
it's-
zombified at this point. There might just be one eyeball falling out of his head.
So when it mentions the name Muhammad, at least it's a chronicle. It's describing events from many different years. But when the name Muhammad is mentioned, it's 634 by our calendar system that is being described there. So that's just 2 years. 2 years after he died.
He is definitely just reading from a book that has all these sources together. Because now he's on page 28. We're talking about Chronicle AD 640.
Now, he hasn't given the reference of this book, by the way. Now, I don't know. Maybe he does towards the end. But
No, he doesn't.
Is he? I mean, geez, that's tough because these are all translations, which means they carry at least a degree of intellectual property, and he's not. If he doesn't attribute the source at any time, and he's taking it from all this when he claims he's going to the source documents, that would definitely be considered plagiarism from academic.
He's going to someone who compiled them all into one spot.
Yeah, and using their translation while claiming it's his own. There's not a problem with going to this source and using their translation. The problem would be not attributing where they come from.
So I'm looking at the description of his video, and I'm not seeing any reference to the book, but I do see a book of one-on-one with me where you can pay him to...
Pay him to read from the book directly to you instead of to his camera.
real quick, we got a super chat here. Says latest scholar shows historical Muhammad is Umar. Well,
that is
that.
not correct. That's going to be a fringe theory spouted probably by Jay Smith. That is not consensus scholarship. Consensus scholarship is that Muhammad was a historical person who potentially heard some stories about Christianity and made up a bunch of crap. That's historical consensus.
So
Also,
I do have a poll going right now in the live chat. Did Muhammad exist? The options are I am a Christian, and yes, he did. I am a Muslim, and yes, he did. I am an other faith, and yes, he did. Or the last one is no, he did not. Yes, I didn't break the no, he didn't into separate categories just because I don't really care. I just want to know your stance. So we do have 8% saying no, he did not exist. So, and there's a portion that do not believe he exists.
Destroyed the whole region. In the year 635, the ninth indication, the Arabs invaded all Syria and went down to Persia and conquered it. They ascended the mountain of Mardin, and the Arabs killed many monks in Kedar and Nata. The blessed Simon, the doorkeeper of Kedar, the brother of Thomas, the priest, died there. Here you see the Prophet Muhammad once again mentioned by name just 8 years after he passed.
What was that? Do you want me to repeat that section again? I know bugs.
So we hear him say
And the
Thomas
Muslim
again?
engagement and battle.
I wonder if he ever. I wonder if in his other videos does he ever quote the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas?
Thomas. He should do an audiobook of that and sell it while he's doing his hustle, you know?
It's like, what was that one? Shel Silverstein. You know what I'm talking about? No one knows it. Well, anyways, he would write these like funny poems, and he wrote a poem called "The Gnome, the Gnat, and the Gnu." So I'm thinking Libiano would be a fan of good old Shell.
Libiano's audiobooks would probably be more marketable than Ali Dawah's prayer rugs.
That's not hard. Let's be honest here.
His one-on-ones probably do better.
It's weird though, because I'm wondering if it's an Arabic what's the word? An Arabic consonant sound that he's actually saying for th, like dh when you say dhikr, like I don't know if you guys know of the dhikr dilemma version of the Islamic dilemma, the reminder version, but you use that same th like in those.
Well, Arabic has its own T sound too.
Well,
Like
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I mean, even still, everything else he pronounces fine, like in American English. I don't know why he gets that wrong.
He's probably
Really
mostly
weird.
just read the name, but hasn't heard it a lot. Because
Yeah,
it is
maybe
spelled
so.
Thomas, if you've never heard Thomas.
True, and it's a Christian name, so
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't make such a big deal about it, but he's such a dick. So it's like, okay.
yeah,
Fair.
yeah. Well put.
With Romans is attested to yet again. Now, the details of this chronicle are questionable. As he mentions, there was villagers and poor people killed and whatnot. Many of these chronicles are polemical in nature, and that's understandable as they are written by outsiders, non-Muslims, who are, in their perspective, are being invaded and attacked by foreigners, non-Christians, pagans, merciless warriors who are coming in and destroying everything. But this is a very useful early mention that yet again attests to the Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims early on, very early.
Except
Yeah,
you said
you
it was
will find
crazy and worthless source.
Yeah,
Yeah, what was he
It's
setting
crazy.
up for with that?
it's nuts.
This guy was a raving lunatic, known schizophrenic.
Imagine some kind of payoff. It kind of reminds me of his debate with IP when he's talking about the Daniel prophecy and he's saying, this one, there's no typology, there's no archetypes. This is going to give you goosebumps. And then it's just the stone of Daniel 2 is Islam. I'm like, where are the goosebumps? There was all this buildup. There's no payoff. But yeah, I don't know where he was going with that. He said this guy's crazy and people disagree about what he says. But also, he's going to say that Muhammad lived past all of our Islamic sources and that the Muslims were super violent. Doesn't that blow y'all's minds? It's like,
No,
we all already believe that. What is he trying to
No.
prove?
So
it's
real
like
quick
he
here,
saw
let's
Jay
go.
Smith's video and just wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, without realizing that not everyone follows Jay Smith's hypothesis.
Right.
I
just
would I
like-
would guess, right? I mean, I would guess that 98% of Christians probably have no position whatsoever, really, right? That they've never thought about the issue. But among those who've actually thought about the issue, I'd say probably 80 to 90% would say Muhammad is a historical figure. So to say that like this is the majority of Christian position when it's probably believed by, let's say, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 people is just ridiculous. To say somehow this is like the majority Christian position, and that's because the Christians are afraid to defend themselves in the comments section or whatever. I mean, I agree with Libiano, broadly speaking, on this issue. Muhammad existed as a historical figure, a historical false prophet who made up a bunch of nonsense and convinced a bunch of people to follow him so they could get war booty, most of which didn't even believe him. Hence, we have the Ridda Wars, the apostate wars after the time of after Muhammad dies, because so many people were like, I was just following him to take part in his armies and win war booty. I didn't believe any of the crap he was spouting. And that's the historical reality of the situation from my perspective. You want to say he didn't exist? Okay, whatever. That's Islam is false. He existed as a false prophet. Islam is false. It's not an issue for Christians.
With history, it's always going to
we're
be
completely fine with that.
abductive logic, which is where you're trying to do an inference to the best explanation. And there's just all sorts of things that are better explained if you assume Muhammad existed, in my opinion. It's like, because if he didn't exist, it's like, well, where did all of this come from? You know, even these early sources, especially these early sources, these early Christian sources, like what caused this momentum of this whole movement? And why did all these people ascribe it to some guy named Muhammad? And just, well, the simplest explanation, there was a guy named Muhammad. He was super violent and apparently at least charismatic in some sense, enough to where people would follow him.
So real quick here, just for this comment here, after the live stream, I'll be able to add everyone here on as collaborators. So if you click the button down the bottom where it normally just has my icon, it will have my icon plus everyone else's on this stream. But real quick here, let's go ahead and go through just who's on the panel, give your name and where they can find you. We'll start with Leif there.
All right, my name is Leif. You can find me on YouTube at Leif of a Vine Eternal. I've been somewhat active in the chat, so I think if you just click on my name, I'm a mod. Don't know why Eric decided that, gave me that kind of power.
I was just thinking that myself. I was like, what on earth was I thinking?
That's bad timing.
I must have been desperate. Hold
That's
on,
one of
I
those
can
questions
ban
you ask before you make him a mod, not afterwards.
No, but honestly, I'm pretty inconsistent when it comes to the creation of videos, but daily memes, ooh, I do those.
Got some good ones.
So I'm Thaddeus. Channel is Reasoned Answers, Christian ministry focused on outreach to Muslims. Mary Harp streams with me regularly, and we have actually quite a lot of videos on this idea of a historical Muhammad, yes or no. We actually talk about all the sources being mentioned here today. That's how I was already familiar with all these things. So check it out if interested.
I'm Julian Gentry. My channel name is my name, Julian Gentry. I've also been somewhat active in the chat, so you might be able to find the link in there. I talk about Islam occasionally. Recently, it's been more of a topic I've been harping on, but a lot of the stuff I like talking about is contemporary religious issues and biblical studies and stuff like that. So it's not just Islam I talk about. But yeah, that's just been me recently. So.
I'm Christian Gadfly, aka Crafty Shining Lad, and you can find me on my channel, Christian Gadfly, and it's mostly dumb skits.
They're so good.
Yeah, there's occasionally intelligent or things with some depth, but a lot of it is just like junk food. So if you're tired of thinking.
You should
Yeah.
watch his video about Billy Carson. It's very good. Or the song about Billy Carson.
Jesus
is very good.
was an alien.
I have a video on there where Thaddeus ruined my marriage because his intro song was so catchy that I get so addicted to it and I can't stop listening to it. And it ends up destroying everything in my life. And at the end of the video, I'm like living inside of a shipping crate, dancing to his song.
So yep, go check them out. And like I said, I'll make sure to add them on as collaborators at the end. So if you come back to this live stream afterwards, or you're watching right now after the fact, then you can go ahead and click down there. A couple of quick super chats here. Says, brother, could you do a live stream referring to the argument about
Refuting.
Son of Man? Read it. Yep. Son of Man. Imagine taking that title of Jesus and giving it to Muhammad. Yes. Definitely do some response videos to their stuff there. And then we have these two serpents, Dean and Libiano, butcher the Bible verses on their streams. And also in this video, we got to the beginning of it, but we haven't got to specific Bible verses that they're butchering yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they prove their false prophet. Absolutely.
A quick
That's
note
really
on the
bad.
Son of Man. I think that could be answered pretty fast. Q, the M material, that's Matthew's unique material. L, Luke's unique material. Mark and John, they all have Jesus self-identifying as the Son of Man. And it's double dissimilarity where you don't have anyone before him doing it in the way that he is doing it. So like in the book of Enoch, it's third person. And then whenever you have in the early Christian community, nobody's referring to Jesus as the Son of Man. And so it's very, very highly historically likely that Jesus self-identified as the Son of Man because it's multiply attested and there's double dissimilarity. So people who are saying, well, you're talking about somebody else, they're kind of just pulling it out of their butts.
Not in the Zit sense.
Yeah.
But I think it'd still be good to do specific videos if there are.
Oh yeah, I mean it's always good. To
Yeah,
make
go through
videos.
quotes and prove up what I just said, right? Because you're going to want to go through John, you're going to want to find quotes from Q and so on. But if someone's like, I'm having a faith crisis, like, well, okay, don't do that.
Not like the Warner. No, we don't do the Warner here. I know this is 30 days of
Watcher.
continuous content here. So we are at El Zut level, but we're not in that danger. Yeah.
For the next document, we have a document by the name of the Letter of Ishuyab III. He's an ecclesiastical authority who had some kind of control over a local congregation, and he's writing a letter to another congregation, another ecclesiastical authority, and they're having some kind of inner Christian dispute. But in this very long letter, he mentions Muslims and Arabs many times. It's very long. I'll read to you what I find most relevant here. This is dated.
Does he actually refer to Muslims? Because so far, all the document you said refer to Muslims, just refer to Arabs. Which again, I'm okay with just saying that. Okay, that's actually referring to Muslims, but that's actually not. That word has not yet been used, but it's supposed to have been used since the very beginning of Muhammad's time. So it's just
That's a
interesting that
fascinating
that's left out.
question. That's a fascinating question, is how far does like the first reference to Muslims post-date Muhammad? Because like if you read Gabriel Said Reynolds' The Quran and the Bible, he talks about the times that the Quran seems to refer to Muslims, it might just be referring to, you know, those who submit and not necessarily like the religious name Muslim. So I wonder when it was like first unequivocally very clearly applied to Muslims.
Now, just to be clear, that's not me nitpicking. That's actually got a very powerful point, because one of their arguments against Christianity, I think it's a stupid argument, but one of their arguments against Christianity is where in the Bible does it say that you have to be Christian? It says in the Quran that you have to be Muslim, but where in the Bible does it say you have to be Christian? My point is, if we don't even have any historical evidence that Muslim existed, that could be a bit of an issue for at least that argument.
to the year 650, about 18 years about the Prophet passed away. This is what he said.
So if Muhammad is still alive at this point, I have an issue with the source. Because now we're 18 years. So this is after the Quran has been written down and compiled. Let's see. So Uthman would be the ruler right now. Umar would have passed away because Umar was 12. So Uthman would be reigning according to the Islamic sources right now.
Says here, for also these Arabs to whom at this time God has given control over the world. As you know, they are also here with us. Not only are they no enemy to Christianity, but they are even praisers of our faith, honorers of our Lord's priests and holy ones, and supporters of churches and monasteries. Now, it's interesting here that he notes that Muslims are very friendly and cordial towards Christians, that they're not these
Arabs.
monsters killing everybody as...
Yeah, Arabs, not Muslims.
Arabs. Why would
previous
Muslims
documents
ever
presented.
be favorable towards churches? They would destroy them and desecrate them. Why would they ever be?
Like, oh, hey, you guys who, from their perspective, you who worship a man, you who commit shirk, you who commit idolatry. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. We like it. We like very, very nice.
From a Christian's perspective, you are either facing a lot of Muslims who are the most iconoclastic people. They're going to destroy your church because it's pagan or something. Or you're their dhimmi, and they're not going to say, yes, these Muslims are friends of our churches if they're their dhimmis. So,
Well, you will if you got a sword to your throat.
well, that's true, but
Just saying.
Whatever.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
gonna write nice about us or we're going to kill you, be like, okay, I'm going to write nice about these people because they would cut off my head otherwise.
and if they were writing nice about
And
them, they'd
Mary,
call them
that's
Muslims.
needed.
They wouldn't call them
You're
Arabs.
welcome. Welcome, Mary.
Hello, hello. I'm here and I'm familiar with the source, as I'm familiar with all the
Hello.
sources. He is wildly misrepresenting what this person is saying. What he is saying is not
Really?
that I know, crazy. He's saying that all they do is take half your belongings, they don't kill you if you read the whole thing. What
Ooh, so nice.
Ayoshab says is you should not say that your lives are in jeopardy. All you have to do is give up half your, and keep in mind that this man is put in his position by whom? Who gets to control who's the head of a church at the time that the what we now call Muslims take over? It's the Muslims. The Muslim ruler appointed him, and he is telling someone else that you shouldn't leave because they only take half your worldly possessions. And isn't that better than losing your soul? And he's dealing with someone else who is some kind of schismatic. Potentially, this guy is a Jacobite. So he represents the Oriental Orthodox. Potentially, he's talking about somebody who is Nestorian that he's against. And he's saying that if what you're saying is true and these guys are favoring the Nestorians, remind them that their own books tell them that they cannot have friendships with people who say that God died. Remind them that their sources say that this is their theology. They can't favor one or the other. And this whole stealing people's stuff, well, your soul is saved. That is what this source actually says. And the early term, and the issue with the word Muslim, as you said, in the Quran, it is not a term for exclusively for the followers of Muhammad. It's not a term that distinguishes them from others. Muhammad sets up the believers versus the disbelievers, but no one else will use that term for them. So they just call them the immigrants. But then some legal things were passed that suppresses the idea that you get the privileges of an immigrant just because you don't live in Arabia anymore, because the vast majority of Arabs don't live in Arabia, like in the desert anymore. They moved into other areas. And as this happened, they adopted the term Muslim for themselves. But if you look at the actual early sources, what you find is that the Najrani delegation of Christians from Najran make fun of Muhammad's men gently, because they were going to kill him if they made fun of them too hard. It's like, you say that you're submitters to God. We've submitted to God, before you were even a twinkle in your father's eye. We are on the right side with God. And they did not push back and say, no, you can't use that term, because it wasn't a technical term. It was just a word. So anyway, wanted to put a little bit of a foot in there, because he's just wildly lying about what this dude says.
That's fascinating.
Thank you for your
on the
input.
name
Yeah,
Muslim. That's
very
so
valuable.
interesting.
And I don't know how many of you guys know who I am. I'm Thaddeus's co-streamer.
Yeah, I mentioned you earlier.
I met you once in Ohio.
I met you twice in Ohio.
Ah, nice. You're tiny on my screen, and my eyes are sadly getting old.
I know who you are from your streams, and it's an honor to be with you.
Yay, thank you.
I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to find the
Muslims to
book
be
that
here.
Leona's quoting from, like the book that when he says, "Oh, I'm checking the sources," but he's just picking up a single book. So I'm
Does
trying
he-
to
Yeah,
find
it's
that.
actually just
Does
as
he
a
have-
single source.
Does he have the book in front of him? Like a physical book?
I'm
Well, so
assuming
anytime
that's
he
what
puts
he's
something on screen, it's like the same text font. Most of the time, you'll see like a page number,
Same
and then like
formatting.
slash with the same formatting slash chapter name in which
Leif, go to Amazon and look at the digital sample for Prophet Has Appeared, The Rise of Islam Through Christian and Jewish Eyes. Maybe it's that book.
I was about to say, I would be astonished if it wasn't just taking from who is it, Hoyland, his compendium, because I'm forgetting who it was, but the one person has the most recent and up to date.
This one's Shoemaker from 2021.
Oh, Shoemaker special. Anyway, but
I mean, it's just a translation of the sources, so
yeah. Well, he'll have.
we
other
don't know
arguments.
because this is going to shock you, Mary. We have no idea, because he just said that he was reading from the sources. He didn't tell us that he's reading a specific compilation with their specific translation. In other words, he didn't tell us that and so he is committing plagiarism. Shocking, I know.
Christian Gadfly, I don't think it is, because on this Amazon preview, all of the page numbers / like chapter names are at the bottom, versus what Libiano is showing it's on top.
Well, keep in mind that the Muslims will just take things, copy, paste, plagiarize, and throw up a plagiarized book that is, and then promote it as something that they have created. So that happens all the time.
Well, it seems to have happened here so far. Or he's just reading from a book and just copying it directly as if it's coming from actual sources.
Lovely.
We have a very different perspective that is pro-Islam or pro-Arabs. It's also important to mention, and this is one of my favorite parts of this letter, he here concedes and
it's pro-Islam?
attests that the Arab.
Because why? Because he's saying, oh, they don't put up, they refuse to ally with anyone who says like us that God died, and they only take half our goods. Yeah, that is the best pro-Islam. That is the most, and it is the most favorable source toward Muslims in the entire body of early sources. So they take half of our stuff and they won't ally with us.
Allow me to define the term pro-Islam. It means that the source concedes that Muslims exist, and 2, portrays them as violent. That is a pro-Islam source.
Nice.
According to him, yep.
The Muslims had control over the entire world, and that God has given the Muslims control over the world. And if anybody knows,
Well, correction there. Again, this is propaganda, so of course he'd be saying something along those lines. But they didn't actually have control over the entire world.
anything about prophecy in the book of Daniel, we know that the kingdom of God is supposed to come after Rome, subjugate the Romans and the Persians,
Man, this is
and
pathetic.
take control.
No.
Does your
that's not
source
what
say
the
that,
text
buddy?
says.
Does your source say that? Because, I mean, he's pro-Islam, right? And he thinks that God did this, right? So why doesn't he quote Daniel? Why are you making up some ridiculous nonsense argument that Muslims have only started to use in the last 2 years
Yep.
and attributing it to the
21st
author?
Favorite one.
He's gonna add.
21st
He's gonna
century.
add something. He's gonna read something in a minute about Muslims finding the body of Daniel or something like that. So he has another source he's gonna go to. But it honestly just looks like something that was typed in a Word document or something. It's not in the same format as everything else. It comes from a different place. I have no idea where he got it from.
I have never heard of that.
Well, you'll see it in a second.
Prepare for the
Control
hikmah.
over the whole world. It's interesting that Christians and Jews attest that it is God who gave the Arabs, the Muslims, control over the whole world and allowed the Muslims to subjugate the Romans and the Persians, as the prophet Daniel prophesizes about the kingdom.
They did not say that. They did not say anything about the prophet Daniel, you lying piece of crap. And yes, many Christians actually do say this. And you know what they say? It's a punishment from God because we've been disobedient.
So what do they say?
Because they believe God's
call
sovereign
them-
over everything.
Yeah. What do they call the Muslims? They call them God haters, blasphemers. They associate them with the abomination, goodness.
Desolation.
The abomination
Abomination
of
of
desolation.
desolation.
There we go. I was getting it backwards for some reason. They associate them with the beast. This is a religion of the beast, they say. And this religion of the beast has come upon us as a judgment for our sins, that they are mocking Christ, tearing down churches, destroying the cross. This is a judgment of God because we have not been good enough. Does that sound like they're saying, oh, you know, I bet he didn't read those parts.
Sounds pretty pro-Islam to me.
Sophronius goes into enormous detail, so do a bunch of the others. But it's kind of interesting how all Muslims can do is lie. They lie by commission when they make things up like, oh, Daniel. And they lie by omission when they leave out the part where they said he was sent by God. Yes, as the beast at the end times, the destruction before Christ returns because of sins. I mean, you want to endorse these folks and what they're saying, then Libiano agrees that Muhammad represents the beast. Good job.
And not to mention, on the topic of the beast, Revelation speaks of how the beast will reign for 42 months. Now imagine those who follow said beast say, hey, God let the beast follow or rule the world for 42 months. This must mean that God gives a stamp of approval. It's like, no, that doesn't really follow. I mean, shoot, look at Babylon. Babylon was raised up by God to come and punish Israel. How'd that end up for Babylon?
Yeah, we're talking about
So
a
just
God
because you
who
rule
rules-
doesn't mean that God is with you.
Yeah.
And as Mary
God-
and
again, we're
everyone
talking-
else is saying, well, God can use a wicked force to punish disobedient people.
God even goes so far as to tell the Israelites to obey the Babylonians. But that does not mean that he's like, yeah, Babylon's cool. And Babylon goes too far, and God punishes them, punishes specifically Nebuchadnezzar because of that. But he's not saying, yeah, Babylon's on my side. So this is a false argument.
Yep.
Line is known as the Apocalypse of Pseudo Ephraim. Now, this is attributed to an early Christian writer known as Ephraim the Syrian from the 4th century, but it's actually not written by Ephraim the Syrian.
He says an early Christian from the 4th century. That is not early. That's the 4th century.
Dude, his title to this entire video was what the early Christians say about the Prophet Muhammad.
They say nothing.
And most of his sources have been from the 6th or 7th century.
Y'all don't get it. I'm an early Christian. You're an early Christian. Thaddeus is an early Christian. Y'all need to quit being discriminating and hating on people just because of when they were born. That's ageist.
I'm even earlier than all of you. There you go.
She's the earliest Christian of all.
I woke up early this morning and I'm a Christian. I'm an early Christian.
She's an early Christian because her name is Mary, and that means that she was the mother of Jesus, and she's the sister of Aaron because she has the same name. That means she's the same person.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
If you say that someone from the 4th century is an early Christian, that would be like saying Bernie Sanders is a founding father of America. It's the same time gap.
Yes.
No, that's
see how crazy that
smaller
sounds?
That's
See
a
how crazy that
smaller
sounds?
time gap.
Bernie
Yeah.
Sanders
Well,
is
no,
part of the
that's right, that's
Sahaba
smaller.
of founding fathers for the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of looks the part, you know.
It is by a later author attributing this to Saint Ephraim the Syrian. In this document, we have a
So wait, it's a forgery?
Womp womp.
It's a forgery then. So if another person wrote it and it says, oh, this person all the way back here actually wrote it. Yeah, that's when it was actually written. That's called a forgery.
To play devil's advocate here, actually, I don't know if this is devil's advocate, but there's technically a difference between pseudepigrapha and forgery, because a pseudepigrapha can be something that is the teaching of someone that you're following. Like, say, Ephraim is this teacher, and someone is following him and wants to write something in the vein of Ephraim, then they could call it something of pseudo-Ephraim. Probably not 400 years later, so I'm not saying he's cool here, but having something be like a pseudo title doesn't necessarily mean it's a forgery. However, in this case, I think it probably is.
And not to mention, according to Hadith science, if you apply that methodology or this work to a Hadith, would that not weaken the chain of narration if they attributed it to someone who can be verifiably shown, like, yeah, this actually didn't come from this guy?
No,
Am I
they're all
tripping?
trustworthy. All the Isnad people are trustworthy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, if they only have pregnancies 20 years long, then that's totally trustworthy. Can you imagine what their sisters were getting away with?
Oh, goodness.
They're probably the ones who made up the rumor that they had half a brain. Don't worry about us. We only have half a brain. And all the guys, oh, they're dumb. There's no way they could outthink us. Meanwhile,
There
they're
we go.
pregnant for 4 years.
In an
Mention
indefinite period of
of-
time.
I
Go
gotta say a quick story. It has almost nothing to do with anything, but I was joking with my wife the other day, and I said, maybe you need to grow a pair. And then she said, I already have. And she pointed at her womb, and I have an
Yep.
unborn son.
I have told men that I have grown more pairs than you will ever have.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
That's awesome.
the Muslims, a very vague mention of the Muslims, and also something very important, which I'll show you in a second. And for those of you who don't know what an apocalypse is as a genre of text or writing, an apocalypse is a text that speaks of hidden revelation of God or hidden knowledge or anticipating coming divine judgment and so on and so forth. So this is what's going on in
No,
this
not really.
document. This document is dated between the
That's not
He's-
the definition.
I think he's actually got the wrong name. I think I know which document this is, and he's attributing it to the wrong person entirely. But let's let him tell us what it is, and if it's
I'm
what I
just
think it is.
confused why he's telling us a definition of a term and not getting the correct definition. An apocalypse as a genre is a work about hidden things. What?
The word means reveal. It's just the Greek word for reveal. And
Which is why Revelation is called Revelation. By
yeah,
the way.
my understanding of an apocalypse is it's like the way you would identify the genre is it could even be talking about present day, but it just has hyper like very, very moving imagery that's common to apocalypse literature, where there will be like decreation on a huge cosmic level, like the moon turning to blood. And actually, a common theme in apocalyptic literature that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls that isn't in the Bible is mutant babies. And I remember reading Craig Keener talking about that. I'm like, and for him, it was a big deal. He's like, and it's interesting that there's no mutant babies here. I'm like, are you wanting?
Well, yes, it's called monstrosities, and monstrosities were considered by pagans universally to be a sign. It was in the Roman religion, and even it was picked up by medieval, people who are Christian. They just kind of carried over that belief that monstrous births was a sign, in spite of some people saying, no, this is not what our faith teaches. It was considered a sign by most people, including monstrous animals like a two-headed cow or what they called monstrous births. They don't mean monster in the form of monster, but monstra means showing forth of this divine ire, something to come, that kind of thing. So
my wife and I used to live in the country, and we woke up one morning and there was a million roly-polies on the floor of this house. And we were like, we had to get brooms and we were sweeping them out. And I was like, man, if we were ancient Romans, we would be like peeing ourselves right now. I don't know what this would mean, but something would be going down. This would definitely be, an apocalypse in some sense.
Yeah.
One of the plagues.
The apocalypse of pseudo Shinute is my guess as to which one he is about to misquote. So let's see whether or not he totally got this wrong entirely and is doing pseudo Shinute and nothing to do with from the Syrian. Let's find out.
Watch him pronounce that correctly, but get Thomas wrong. Let's see.
Let's see. Real quick, first of all, thank you, Finding Nemo 2, for the super sticker. And let's dive on in.
Year 650 and the 690, so it has a range of dating between 650 and 690. So still very, very early on, and this is what the document says. A people there will go forth from the desert, the sons of Hagar, Sarah's maidservant, a people who uphold the covenant of Abraham, the husband of Sarah and Hagar. They will be compelled to enter the land in the name of the Ram, the emissary of the son of destruction. There will be a sign in heaven. And as our Lord said in the gospel, a brilliance will be among the shining stars, the fire of its countenance aflame. So he's describing end times, and the Muslims are a scary beast.
Okay, well, there's some problems with that for Islamic theology.
Yes.
Orthodox Muslim, are you sure you want to go there?
Do you want this one on your side, buddy?
That's not a good perspective.
Can you put it back on the screen real quick?
Oh my gosh, that's so bad. Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man.
Yeah,
guys,
the people who go forth from the desert, the sons of Hagar, they will be compelled to enter the land in the name of the Ram, the emissary of the son of destruction. That's very devilish. That does not sound good.
The son of destruction.
Oh no, this is
hilarious.
like they are the destruction. They are the judgment coming in to destroy everything. They are the enemy. They are the followers of Satan himself. That's what he's saying the Muslims are.
If we're comparing this to the apocalypse in the Bible, Revelation, the people with the name of God on them are the people of God. The people with the name of the beast are the sons of destruction, essentially. And so if you're going to take that same kind of language, the people who are entering the land, who are the sons of Hagar, supposedly the Muslims through Ishmael, they're in the name of the son of destruction. That is not a good look at all. But hey, you said it. You said it, man.
Yeah. This is what happens when you cherry pick just to prove a point. See, it talks about
you get a rotten one every once in a while.
Of Hagar. Yeah, so that must be the Muslims. So they must be talking about the Muslims. So I want this source to be talking about the Muslims. So I'm going to use this as reference that they're actually talking about Muslims. It's like, okay, no, dude. That
We
you
grant
don't
it.
like
We grant it.
Yeah,
I'm
the
You
fine
guys
name
can
with
of
have
this
the sign of
being
the
it.
beast. You can have it.
let me check what the translation of that, because the translation seems to be main. Let me double check the translation in another source. But the name of the
Yeah,
ram is
so-
awfully suggestive too, because yeah,
Mhm.
While
Son of
Mary's looking that
destruction.
up, I did track down the exact source that he's using based on the page number and a cross-referencing of a couple other page numbers. This is When Christians First Met Muslims, a source book of the earliest Syriac writings on Islam by Michael Penn. So if you're wanting the same book he's using, this is Michael Penn. Source When
Yeah,
Christians
I'm
First Met
still-
Muslims.
So if he's just basically copying his stuff out of there and then using that for this video, he still needs to mention the source.
Yeah,
Or
because
that's
the
the
translation matters, right? That there is an intellectual property behind the translation.
I found the translation, the specific translation I'm looking.
And
for
as
this
Mary's
document.
going to point out here, I think, is it's going to depend, right? How you translate it might depend on what it means. So it is very important, actually, to correctly credit the source.
Absolutely. But we'll find out.
Hey, wait, one more thing. Sorry, real quick. I found the PDF that he's probably using on almuseed.org. So
Yeah,
I wonder
I
if
have
it
that
was
one.
was it just ripped off of somewhere else and put
Yeah,
on
they
the-
just so the Muslims steal everything. So literally, if you want any source on Islam, you can get it because they steal everything. Like if it's not nailed down, they steal it right away. If it is nailed down, why they pry it up and take it. So literally, virtually every text that deals with Islam is stolen and put on the web.
Yeah, this is the exact thing he's looking at. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, so
It's
he
on
didn't even
Almuseed.
pay for it, in other words. Not only is he not crediting it, he didn't even pay for it. He just stole it from a website that stole it from someone else, stole it from the actual owners of the intellectual property. So not only is it plagiarism, it is also theft. Yay, Islam.
The Latin text of Pseudo-Ephraim quotes and relies upon Pseudo-Methodius, which heavily documents the Islamic invasion the Islamic invasions. So yeah, there are two different recensions which are quite different from one another that are borrowing things. But I want to see the Latin text, but I can't find it right now.
A people who
That I can
uphold
read
the
in
covenant
Latin.
of Abraham, the husband of Sarah and Hagar, they will be compelled
It's
to enter
Syriac,
the land.
Mary. Every source in this is Syriac. I mean,
Well,
you're
this
saying
one-
that it borrows from the Latin. That's fine.
No,
but
no.
What's literally the translation is Syriac. I mean, that's
No,
what he says.
So let me try again. So there are two recensions that survive. One of them
Right.
is in Syriac, the other one is in Latin. And these
Gotcha.
are all distant, and they're just only two documents of this. And so you need to compare the two, and you can see and they're quite different from one another. So
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I'm looking
That's
for the
fine.
Latin.
But
This
just to be
is
clear,
the-
it wouldn't be a translation choice. It would actually be a different.
Well, it
In
could
a
mean that
sense, a
there's
different
difference-based
source.
text.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
these
exactly.
these types of things that are just kind of made up by random people were not necessarily given. They're kept in pristine condition. People continue to muck with them because they weren't regarded as something other than that which you could muck with. Basically, this particular
Right.
genre is highly mucked with.
My
also,
only
RAM
point was that
might
it wouldn't
not
be the
in Syriac.
author. It wouldn't be the translator deceiving you or something like that. It would actually be different underlying text.
Well,
That's all.
RAM might be a choice that he made based on the Syriac word correctly, but it might have been translated into other things as well because that's a very suggestive word for a number of other things. So that's why I'm looking at the Latin because I can read
You mean
Latin.
like a beast?
Yeah,
Because that
but
would
it
be kind
might
of what I
be-
would expect.
Yeah.
Biblically speaking, that would be the
Unless-
name of the beast.
Yeah, unless it's disguised, unless he's disguising the word ram deliberately to keep from getting axed by Muslims so they can spread this around. But anyone else who goes, oh, the horned animal, son of destruction, we know what that is.
Yeah. In the name of the Ram, the emissary of the son of destruction, there will be a sign in heaven. And as our Lord said in the gospel, a brilliance will be among the shining stars, the fire of its countenance aflame. So he's describing end times, and the Muslims are a scary beast. They control the whole land. They're wicked. They are a part
Okay, he's the
of
beast.
I agree.
Christian eschatology. This is what's going on here. He then mentioned
I
do you know who else?
agree 100% with
He has
that.
he has
Look at
no
the,
idea what he's reading.
No. Do you know what else is in Christian eschatology? The Huns were in Christian eschatology. The folks before them, the Scythians were in Christian eschatology. Everyone who is particularly vile and violent gets written into an apocalypse.
Yep.
So it's a Muslim term because they're vile and violent.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
following. Then justice will summon the kings and the powerful armies who are within those gates that Alexander had made. So this is a very interesting.
Oh, now he's going to try to say that that's proof. That's
It's
proof.
copying
of
the
game.
Quran, guys. It's copying the Quran, not the existing Alexander legend that the Quran copies. This is copying the Quran.
Well, could we rewind just so we can read the whole snippet that was on screen?
Oh man, I can't believe he's actually going to that of all things.
All right, then the Lord, on account of his anger at wickedness having multiplied upon the land, will stir up the kings and the powerful armies, whom he sends when he seeks to obliterate the earth, men against men, to destroy one another. Then justice will summon the kings and the powerful armies who are within those gates that Alexander had made. Behind the gates, many kings and nations will rise up. They will look to heaven and call upon God's name. The Lord will send the sign of his glory from heaven. A divine voice will cry out to those within these gates, and immediately the gates will be overthrown and fall.
So what's
okay,
the,
let
what's
me
the
actually
existing
continue
legend?
to read from here. So he
Okay.
stopped at overthrown. Oh, this is not even the same.
It's right in front of me. And fall at his divine command, many armies will go forth, innumerable like the stars, and many as the sands of the sea, more than the stars of heaven. And that's where the text breaks off in this manuscript.
Okay.
In the Latin, it might be different, but either way, I agree. It is referencing the same legend. I think this is actually referencing the same legend.
Yes.
The problem is the legend doesn't come from the Quran. The legend comes from pre-existing sources.
Yeah.
And the Quran puts it in there. So to say that this author is familiar with the Quran is nonsense.
But here is the actual translation in Syriac, because I think he's skipping some other things. Let's get a good description. For some reason, he's skipping the description of this group who's coming around. They will take women and children as captives, also men both elderly and young. The best of the males will be destroyed. The most desirable of women will be removed with strong spears and lances. They will impale elderly men. They will separate a son from his father, a daughter from the side of her mother. They will separate a brother from brethren, a sister from the side of her sisters. They will slay the bridegroom in his bedroom and expel the bride from her bridal chamber. They will take a wife away from her husband and slaughter her as if she were a sheep. This is Muslims. They will cast an infant away from its mother and drive the mother into captivity. The child will scream out on the ground. If its mother hears, what can she do? For it will be trampled by the hooves of horses, camels, and infantry. This is the description of the Muslims. If she tries to turn toward it, they will not allow her. The child remains in the wild. I'm just like, they separate the children from the mother as the soul is separated from the body. She watches while they divide them up. Like, I just want to be very clear about who these people are. That he's like, oh, yeah, this is us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is you.
Yeah, so that is in the text. So let me just put everything together for people. So what Orthodox Muslim read the first time about the son of destruction and the husband of Sarah and Hagar and whatnot, that was the first section. Then the next section was what just Mary read, and then the part that he goes to is the last part of the manuscript. So it is all in his source text, right? It is all in the book that he's reading from, but he didn't read that part because, well, for one, it doesn't add anything to his argument. But two, probably also he didn't want you to hear that. He did accurately describe, though. In fairness to him, he did accurately describe that this source says that Muslims are horrible people, that they're all about destruction, that they're destroying the Christian world, et cetera, et cetera. He did say that. So even if he didn't read the text, he did accurately convey that idea. And then it goes and talks about the Alexander legend, and apparently his argument is, well, you see, they knew about the Quran, they knew about the revelation of Allah, when the story exists before Islam is invented.
Yeah, the Alexander legend was extremely popular in the 5th century and 6th century, and it was still kicking around heavily in the 7th century. But what's really funny is right before the lawlessness, et cetera, or the stuff with the Alexander Gates and stuff, it starts the Ishmaelites start exacting tribute. Everyone be fearful of them. Lawlessness will intensify on the earth and even obscure the clouds. So connected with the Ishmaelites, they cause lawlessness to intensify on the earth to the point that they obscure the clouds. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Guess which one he's on the side of. Yeah.
I also find it funny that if you go back to what he put on screen, he leaves out, the page number. So just going off to what Thaddeus was saying, like,
Gates.
It does seem like a full page worth of stuff, which would, like, if you're only, snippeting one tiny line, I can understand how you screenshot just that part. But if you're doing the whole page, you leave out page number when there's stuff surrounding it that doesn't exactly help your case. I don't know.
Very interesting.
This attests to a tradition that the Jews and Christians had at that time in the 6th century, 7th century, that Alexander had built a wall and isolated Gog and Magog. So this Syriac Christian.
Well, actually, the people that were behind the gate, by the way, the people that were behind the gate in that were the good guys in that story, not the bad guys.
No,
in the Islamic, it's the bad guys.
So in the Alexander legend, they're absolutely bad guys. They're the Huns originally, and then they.
Well, I was talking about in the script that he read. It sounded like the guys behind the gates.
No, they're bad guys.
No.
Okay,
they're bad.
They're bad guys. They are eating the flesh of children and things like that. They're just buddies with. Yeah, they're also bad guys.
I got to roll, guys. I have to catch this cat from my wife and keep it away from the other cat because the one cat chases the fat one and then it gets scared and poops and pees all over the house. So
that's a good reason.
We're doing with that.
Yeah. And then
go
I have
take
to
care
trap
of
it
that.
inside of my office. So hopefully it won't poop and pee in here. Y'all have a good one.
See you, man.
Take care.
May the zoot be
So I
with you.
actually see how you thought that, Eric.
No,
but what
thanks.
it's actually saying, what the text is actually saying is that God does summon these people, which is probably how you thought they were good. But he summons them in order to destroy the world and pass judgment on it. So he's using the evil people to pass judgment on the world by releasing them to destroy the world.
Okay, I got your point. I got it.
An author is talking about the end times, and he describes that those gates will fall and the people that Alexander had isolated will be released into the world. The next one is a very, very
The very fact that he admits that was a story that was going around before the Quran indicates that the Quran is false.
Well, no, I mean it could in principle be a true historical event, but he actually didn't draw any conclusion. He just told us this. I'm surprised he didn't mention the Quran or anything. He just said this is a story they had during the 6th century, which is true. They also had it in the 5th and 4th century, but That's neither here nor there. He already is admitting it's before the time of Islam, but he doesn't draw any conclusions for us. There are two possibilities. One, it's a legend that the Quran copies. Two, that it's a historical event. Yeah, I don't think it's a historical event, buddy. So thanks for admitting the Quran copies a legend.
Important chronicle known as the Chronicle of Khuzestan, or the Khuzestan Chronicle. This is a Christian chronicle focusing on Christian ecclesiastical history between the year 580 up until the mid 7th century. And this chronicle speaks a lot about Islam, Arabs, Muslims, and so on and so forth. This is dated to the year 660 AD, so about 28 years after the Prophet passed away. Let's go ahead and give it a read. In the city of Istakhr, they made Yazgard from the royal line age the king. With Yazgard, the kingdom of the Persians would end. He set out and came to Mahuz and appointed a general named Rustam. Then God brought against them the sons of Ishmael, who were as numerous as sand upon the seashore. Their leader was Muhammed. Neither.
Whoa!
Mm-hmm.
What? Currently, 22 years after he is supposed to have been dead, we have a Muhammad, and he's actually using this as a source.
It would be to the source is 660. It would be before that, but yeah, well after. This would be after the conquest of Syria. So this is now additional years after those earlier sources say Muhammad is still alive. I can't tell you precisely how many, but 5 years, 10 years after the time Muhammad is supposed to be dead, he's still alive, directly leading this one. There's no ambiguity, right? There's no ambiguity here. Muhammad is leading this army according to the source.
And he's about to put the one time he puts a Bible verse on screen. It's about to happen, and it bothers me so much.
Walls, nor gates, nor armor, nor shield withstood them. They took control of the entire Persian Empire. Yazgard sent countless troops against them, and the Arabs destroyed all of them and also killed Rustam. Now, he goes on to describe how the Muslims destroyed the Persian Empire and evaporated it, and how they destroyed the Roman Empire, as he says here in line 35. And at the aforementioned time when the Arabs had conquered all the lands of the Persians and the Romans. So there's a lot going on here. This is a history breaking down how the Muslims subjugated and crushed the Persians and the Romans, that God himself brought the sons of Ishmael, who were as numerous as the sand upon the seashore. Their leader was Muhammad. So yet again, we see another
living Muhammad.
A living Muhammad. Again, if this was at the end of the Persian, we're talking 51. So 651. If it was when they finally conquered Persia. That's a bit of an issue.
They had control of Persia long before that. It took them till 651 to chase down the final Persian king and kill him, but he toppled almost instantly and was running around in the far east trying to avoid the armies and getting betrayed by his own people for quite a while.
Well, that's what he was saying was they were completely destroyed. So I was going with the latest date of that, of the conquest there.
Yeah,
well, he's not accurately describing the source, so don't rely on him.
He's not describing the source.
Even if he's not describing the source, his theology should be the same. So he's saying that Muhammad would be alive at that point.
No, the source doesn't claim that Muhammad is alive in any of these. They just identify these as the people of Muhammad, that they're coming of Muhammad.
No, it says Muhammad was their leader.
No, Mary.
This one explicitly says Muhammad's their leader.
I mean, they still regard Muhammad as their leader, not as their battle chief. But
no, it's describing the battle, and it's saying that Muhammad's leading it. Right here.
Yeah,
their leader was Muhammad.
Yeah, it's not saying their general was Muhammad, though.
I could
No,
see.
I think that this source thinks Muhammad's alive. It can be wrong, but I think the source thinks Muhammad's alive.
It could be that, like Mary is saying, that it's saying that they come from Muhammad, but it could also be saying he's there in person. I don't know.
Plain reading of the text, I'd have to say that they're saying this text is saying that Muhammad's still alive, at least making that claim. It could be incorrect, but still that would contradict the Islamic narrative.
As far as the date of the event, it's describing here. It says that they made Yazdgard the king. He was king from 632 to 651. So it's going to have to be in that time frame. It's probably not referencing 632, even though what it says. It's probably when he's reappointed by the Muslim army or whatever. But it's definitely going to be before 651. It has to be before that for sure. What is described.
And not to mention just the word leader, like Eric said, to Mary's point, I do think it fits either way, but just the word leader for me, it more so has the connotation of there's someone there leading them.
Well, if you ask them who do you follow, they will say I follow Muhammad. That's whom they would say they follow.
If you're reporting on a battle, saying this is what happened at a fight, as this is doing, you would name the leader and say they are following so and so.
There were multiple armies at this time in various directions. There are other Eastern sources that explicitly list the generals, and they even say they were followers of Muhammad. And then they say, here are the generals that were there. List the generals, don't list Muhammad.
Yes, if that was the case, then yes, that would have a point. But I'm saying just with the plain reading, that's what I'm left with. Is it claiming that Muhammad is still alive?
And the Romans that God himself brought the sons of Ishmael, who were as numerous as the sand upon the seashore. Their leader was Muhammad. So yet again, we see another attestation to the name of the Prophet Muhammad as the leader of the Muslims who were as numerous as the sand upon the seashore. For those of you who are familiar with the Torah, this is a direct reference by the author of this chronicle to a passage in Genesis chapter 22, where God promises Abraham that it is through his children who will be as numerous as sand.
So this bothers me so much because this is to Abraham and it is about his son, but it's Isaac. It says in this passage, this is God speaking to Abraham, because you haven't withheld from me your son, your only son, I will bless you and I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and the sand on the seashore. Earlier, he talks about Ishmael. This is in Genesis 16, and he says that he's going to have a lot of descendants, but then he also goes on to say that he's going to be like a wild donkey of a man. But the thing about the descendants being like the sand on the seashore, that's about Isaac. So if we want to say that this document is referencing something in the Bible, it's Isaac anyway. And it's not to mention Ishmael.
The one who is saying this is the angel of the Lord. I wonder who that could be. That's another point. But the whole, but in addition to the whole, like he's talking about Isaac. Actually, I have it in front of me. Because you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your only son.
Yeah.
So Ishmael is so disregarded that God himself doesn't even consider him a son to Abraham.
Right.
And yet you want to claim your lineage and say that you're favored by God? When God himself doesn't even regard, assuming that you are descendants of Ishmael, God does not regard your forefather as anyone.
He's not
illegitimate.
Legit. Right.
And when was that prophecy of Ishmael fulfilled according to Genesis?
It's described right afterwards. It says how it's fulfilled right afterwards.
Like right after.
It's pretty clear.
Right after Abraham dies.
Upon the seashore. It is through these children that God will bless the nations. The Khuzestan Chronicle continues to
Oh,
say
that-
the victory.
No.
That's
That
hilarious.
hurts. That hurts so much. It's
Keep in
just
mind,
so wrong.
it was either 1 or 2 sources ago where he even acknowledged, like, yeah, these Muslims that are being described here, they're kind of scary guys. They're
Oh no, at least 2 of his sources. No, 3 of his sources have
Sons of
described them.
destruction.
Yeah, the one following
bad.
coming in the name of the ram,
that
following
one, yes.
the son of destruction. It's like, no, that is not blessing the earth at all.
No.
Wow.
Even if
Victory
you
of
called
the
your
sons
kids
of
son of destruction, like that would not like in what context would a son of destruction be a good thing? Just really curious.
Bob the Builder? I don't know.
You went there.
Ishmael, who overcame and subjugated these 2 kingdoms, was from God. Indeed, the victory is his, but God has not yet handed Constantinople over to them. Now imagine this. The victory and the achievement and the success of the kingdom of Ishmael, of the Prophet Muhammad, of the early Muslims, is so widespread, is so recognized that non-Muslim Christians attest that they subjugated the Romans and the Persians.
they did.
and
I
that
mean, we
this
don't
victory was
disagree
from
with
God.
that.
This is massive.
Is he retarded?
Why is it
I'm
massive?
really asking. Is he
Whoa,
retarded?
He just said, or the last thing he snuck in there, he said these Christians, these non-Muslim sources attest to the fact that the Muslims took all over these places because of God.
Yeah, because of
Which they
God.
do
snuck that in there.
say.
He
They
snuck
do
that in there.
say.
They
No,
do say.
he's not wrong. He's just very deceptive because they do say that, but they say that this is God's judgment against his people, right? Because they believe God is sovereign over everything. They believe that God is the one allowing them victory, but it's to punish the true believers for their disobedience, not because they're being blessed by him.
Yep. My question is, does he believe that when a Muslim nation is humiliated, that happens apart from God's sovereign will? If that came from, God, your Allah really wanted this to happen, but he just wasn't strong enough against these Christians, and so Allah, he just had an oopsie, because that's what he's saying that Christian theology ought to be. That's insane.
I'm going to take this opportunity
It is
to
massive.
go.
Because
I don't have a cat that I have to wrangle, but I have some eyes I got to go close. So
Okay.
I'll see you guys. some
Thank
other
you for
time.
joining. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was fun.
Enjoy. I got till the top of the hour, so I won't be long either.
it is exactly at this time that the Jews and the Christians alike were praying that God would subjugate the Romans. He would send his kingdom, that his kingdom will come. It will be
They
established
weren't
that
praying
God
for that. You
Wait,
freaking idiot.
What?
The kingdom
Christians
that
were.
the Christians pray for is not the Muslims to come in and take half their stuff.
At the same time, the Romans were the Christian nation. Now, if you're saying that the Christian nation was corrupt and the Christians were praying against the Christian nation that they were in, they would be praying for the kingdom of God to come, not a bunch of Arabs from the middle of the desert coming in and taking everything half of everything they own.
Didn't
And
a
killing a bunch of
certain
people.
guy say, "My kingdom is not of this world"?
Yes.
I know I'm not
But-
making
but
that
let's-
up. I know someone said that. So
Yeah, someone did say that, indeed. Maybe, I don't know, Jesus or something, but he's irrelevant to Christianity. What are you talking about? Clearly, the people are praying for this. Now, what is this source actually, right? What is this source actually? It's a chronicle, it's a history after the events have already taken place, after the Muslims have already been victorious. So what is the author doing? He's providing an explanation for why this was able to happen. What is the explanation? The people were corrupt, the king or the leadership was corrupt, and God passed judgment against them. That in no way means we were praying for Prophet Muhammad to come and bring the true religion. That is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. This is an author seeing what has happened and figuring out how that could possibly have fit into God's plan. he could be wrong. I mean, I don't know God's plan, right? But he is in no way saying these people have been blessed by God. This is utter nonsense from this freaking moron. The Christians were praying for this because they knew a true prophet was going to come from Arabia, and they were desperately praying for it. And now that they've suppressed that fact, it says nothing like that anywhere in the text. He's made that up entirely out of his imagination.
Yeah, I want to see where he got the conclusion that Christians were praying for such a thing. He just, again, with the whole his version of, oh, these Christians are saying these Muslims, these Arabs are doing the things that God is allowing them to, but he's flipping it in a positive sense when the text he's quoting shows it to be a negative sense. But again, he's just slipping things in. That's like, no, that's not what's going on.
Is Gog and Magog, are they, when they slaughter people and eat people and grill people and do all that sort of stuff, because that is what God wills according to one of the texts he ran to, does that mean that they are representatives of God's kingdom and good and wonderful, and the Christians were wanting that? Because this is the level of logic this child has.
But Mary, they were praying for it.
I don't even know what to say. I'm getting stupider.
Will finally intervene and establish his rule by destroying the Roman Empire. And lo and behold, their prayers were answered. And God sent Muhammed from amongst the sons of Ishmael
Here's another thing. The ironic part about saying Christians are praying for a figure to come and abolish the Roman Empire and to establish his rule, isn't that what the unbelieving Jews were wanting when they rejected Christ? Because Messiah came, and Messiah wasn't doing things that they thought that Messiah would do. And they said, nah, so you can't be him. Messiah's going to come, turn everything on its head, establish his earthly kingdom, get rid of these oppressive Romans. So it's so ironic that he's appealing to what those who rejected Christ were wanting, and then is importing it on people who accepted Christ. Like, that's weird. That's weird. Here's a thing that the unbelievers, those who rejected Christ, thought. And I'm going to say, no. The people who did accept Christ, that's what they were thinking. Huh? That makes no sense.
Makes perfect Islamic sense. What are you talking about?
Islamic sense, that's a different kind of sense that we're talking about. That's the sixth
subjugated these evil rulers and evil kingdoms, fulfilling his prophecy in Daniel and in the Gospels. Something also mind-blowing about this chronicle, the Chronicle of Joseph,
I better get goosebumps here.
It actually attests to an event attested in the Hadith literature. In our literature, and you'll find this in Musnad.
Why would
Ahmed
that?
And
I'm sorry. Pause it for 1 second before we get to specific. Why in the world would that give you goosebumps and be mind-blowing that sources written 150 years after this document could contain the same information found in this document? Let's say it's accurate. I mean, again, he hasn't said it yet, so I don't actually know what he's going to say. But let's say it's 100% completely accurate, says the same information. Why would that give you goosebumps? Why would that be miraculous or almost miraculous for someone later to know about events that occurred earlier? What the heck?
Imagine, I'm back in elementary school, and let's say I'm bad at math. And the person sitting in front of me during the test is great at math, and I'm looking over their shoulder, and I'm copying their answers. I'm talking about, I have the same handwriting as them. I'm getting the same mistakes wrong, making the same mistakes as them. When they wrote, the answer equals 29, and they, exit out and write 28. I do that as well. They turn in their paper. I turn in mine. What's the teacher going to say? Oh, wow, you did the same. Like, this is great.
I'm getting goosebumps.
No. Yeah, I'm getting goosebumps. How could this happen? It's like, no, Leif, you cheated. What are you doing? You copied this guy.
I think that the whole reason he's saying this, which is very silly, but I think that the reason that he's saying this is that he is started this whole thing as a reaction to Muhammad mythicism, and this would be a big strike against Muhammad mythicism, who claimed that all of these stories of these conquests were entirely made up, and it was this peaceful transition, and this and that and the other, and this is all not true. Well, then you have the historical fact that they conquered these areas in this earlier source than what we have surviving writings from. So this might testify to the authenticity of other statements. That's probably where he's going because of his entire framing of it.
Well, let's go ahead and see, because there's another possibility, but instead of speculating, let's just see what he says.
Yep.
Other collections of narrations. It is mentioned that when the companions were advancing in conquest and they conquered a city, amongst them was the companion Abu Musa al-Ash'ari and others. They found the body of the prophet Daniel alayhi salam himself. And upon finding his body, they found a scroll with him, presumably the book of Daniel, or maybe another scroll, Allahu A'lam. And when they had the scroll translated, it prophesied Islam and the coming of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, somebody read
the bodies.
Oh my God. Okay, so
lot.
I was gonna say the other possibility is that there's a prophecy ex eventu after the event in a later hadith that he's going to say is a legitimate prophecy, which is actually what he said. So I guess I should have actually said it. But one, how did they know this was the body of Daniel? And more importantly, why in the world should we believe this is a true story? That's obvious propaganda. That's obvious propaganda.
Yep.
We found a prophecy that proves that Muhammad is the true prophet. And you see, we wrote it down here in our own sources 150 years after we found it. This is so ridiculous.
I do admit, no, he didn't cite the hadith.
Well, it's obviously obscure. He's showing it in Arabic, and it's probably only found in Arabic. And and actually, I'm being generous. It's probably like some 14th century work or something. In reality,
scroll back just so I'm gonna screen snip it.
Absolutely, and yeah, that would be my point. Is that this is something that the scholars haven't translated yet because they don't think it's reliable enough to translate, or they think it's too embarrassing. Which I would admit it's kind of embarrassing because this is, like you said, this is pure and obvious propaganda. Do you got it, Leif?
Yeah, you can continue.
Daniel alayhi salam himself. And upon finding his Islam and the coming copy of the Prophet, Christian Khuzestan Chronicle. And when they had the scroll translated, it prophesied Islam and the coming of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, somebody reading this will probably be a little bit skeptical. What do you mean you found the body of Daniel?
You a little? Understatement of the month here. Come on, bud. I mean, that is by far, it's like no other evidence of this. Oh, look, we just conveniently found this. I mean, in this level, this level of deceit and dishonesty is the sort of stuff that I find with Joseph Smith whenever he goes and does his translation of the Bible. And it's like, oh, see, I'm in the Bible right here where I translated myself into it. Golly, come on.
Daniel, I mean, maybe they won't buy the story, right? But what if I told you the Christian Khuzestan Chronicle, when recording this exact event and this exact conquest, attests that the Muslims found the body of Daniel? Let's give it a read. Here, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari is attested. The Sahabi of the Prophet is.
Hold on a second. We were not on page 60. We were on like page 60. This is page 102. This is a completely different source.
Yep.
What is the name of the PDF?
I'll get. It's fine. I'll just go to page. It's it's Penn's work. I can send you the link. I can send you the direct link, Mary, but I'm also just going to go to page 102. And I'll send you the direct link as well. But hold on a second. We're on page 60, so it's going to take me a little while to scroll down to page 102 and see what we're actually talking about here. Oh, wait, no. Actually, the formatting is different. This is a different work. He's in a different work now, so.
So I can't even keep track of where he's jumping
So it
around.
could actually be the same source, but it's a different translation at minimum. I suspect, however, it's something entirely different. It has the word chronicle.
It's a
And
short
notice it
chronicle.
says, said by many that it was Daniel, but others claim it was Darius.
Yeah. So
Like
I
they
was going to
broke
get to that
into
point
some
once we got
random
down to
folkloric place.
that section. But yeah, it's not like this is claiming that it was actually Daniel. It's just saying they say it's Daniel. Others claim it's this other king. The author is not telling you that that's who it is.
Yeah,
look that up,
so
William, go
I
ahead.
found the work that he's using, which shockingly enough is another work that's available on the web. What is the actual work here, though? Sorry, the OCRs. I'm looking at OCR version, so it's Chronicle of the Short.
I got another one.
Chronology of the Short Chronicle. So it might actually, it's 100 and some pages. It might actually be the same document instead of just having the relevant excerpt. It might be the entirety of the Chronicle of the History of the World that portion was copied from. So it might actually be the same document, but the fact that he has to go to a different translation.
So, Eric, I texted you the translation of that one hadith about Daniel. I then looked up, the text in English, and I'm finding all sorts of like Facebook posts and like Islamic blogs quoting it, but no one actually sources it. But what's funny is that even in that hadith, it even gives the possibility that like, hey, this might actually not be Daniel.
Yeah.
So if you pull up that image I sent you.
1 second here. Go ahead. Share screen. So right there.
And they even give like, oh, but if it is Daniel, but then they still get dating wrong. Yunus ibn Bukair said on the authority of Muhammad ibn Ashaq on the authority of blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. When we conquered Tustar, we found in the treasury of Al-Hurmuzan a bed upon which lay a dead man. At his head was a Quran. We took the Quran and carried it to Umar ibn al-Khattab, who summoned Kab and had him transcribed into Arabic. I was the first Arab to read it. I read it just as I read this Quran. I asked Abu al-Alaya what it contained. He said, your history, your affairs, the nuances of your speech, and what is yet to come. I asked, what did you do with the man? He said, during the day we dug 13 separate graves. At night we buried him and leveled all the graves to conceal him from the people so they would not dig him up. I asked, what did they hoped to gain from him? He said, when the sky was withheld from them, they would bring up his bed and it would rain. I asked, who do you think the man was? He said, a man called Daniel. I asked, how long ago did you find him dead? He said, 300 years ago. I asked, has anything changed about him? He said, no, except hairs from the back of his neck. Indeed, the flesh of the prophets is not consumed by the earth nor eaten by wild beasts. All right. This is a sound chain of transmission to Abu al-Alaya. However, here's the interesting part. However, if the date of his death is preserved from 300 years ago, then he is not a prophet, but rather a righteous man, because there's no prophet between Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of God, according to the text of the Hadith in Bukhari. The period between them was 400, I assume 400 years. It's also been said that it was 600, and it's also been said that it was 620 years. The date of his death may be 800 years ago, which is close to the time of Daniel, if his being Daniel is what corresponds to
No.
reality, for he may be another man. No, Daniel did not live 200 years before Christ. That is laughable. So it's like, even this hadith where it's like, oh, they found Daniel, they found Daniel. The hadith itself gives 3 possibilities, in which 2 of them, it can't be Daniel. And then the last one, which would date this guy's death before the time of Jesus, is still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years off from when Daniel actually lived. So the very hadith that Libiano brought up refutes him.
Which shouldn't surprise anyone at this point.
What are we doing here?
You can't tell me that Muslims have a bad grasp of chronology.
Well, this is
That's
also
too many-
one of the ones that Daniel Hikachu goes to prove that the prophets can control rain. So when they pull out, then rain starts. So obviously the prophets can control rain independent from Allah, even their dead bodies can't. So yeah, that.
And apparently there's
gets
no
that.
decay in their bodies.
Well, that was
That's-
that was a common belief at the time. So that part is not
that.
weird.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah,
still a little
they
weird.
They still think that Muhammad has not decayed in his coffin. Why don't they just pull Muhammad out?
I was about to say,
prove that he's a true
like,
prophet? Because they're too scared to, because it will obviously be decayed. And that would disprove everything.
assuming there's anything.
Nah, what they would do is they would then immediately say, oh, well, Muhammad must have been lost some time ago, and this must have been another person who was placed in here. It's a miracle.
Abu Musa went up against Hormizdan. Hormizdan devised ways to prevent the Arabs from engaging in battle with him until he assembled an army. He informed Abu Musa that should he restrain himself from taking captives and using the sword, Hormizdan would send him however much tribute they imposed. So it remained for 2 years. But then Hormizdan's confidence in the walls broke the truce between them. Hormizdan killed those people conveying messages between them, including George, the bishop of Ulay, imprisoned Abraham, the metropolitan of Furat, and sent many troops against the Arabs. The Arabs destroyed all of them and assailed and besieged Shush. In a few days, they had conquered it and killed all the nobles there. They seized the house, and it's called the House of Mar Daniel. Mar Daniel. They took the treasure that, in according with the commandments of the kings, had been kept there from the days of Darius and Cyrus. They broke open and took the silver and coffin in which was laid an embalmed body that many said was Daniel's.
Wait, an embalmed body. Okay, the many say, again, focus on the many say this. The author is not buying this.
Wait, not to mention.
Embalming is
If it's
not
mummified, that means the flesh was corrupted and they had to do stuff to it to preserve some semblance of it. Which means that, according to them, if prophets' bodies do not decay after death, by definition, if it's mummified, it's not Daniel because it's decayed.
Yes, that would be the conclusion of that. It's the body is not in the same condition as what the Hadith is claiming. Mary, you had something?
Oh, I was just going to say that that was not a custom of that region or of the Jews.
That is also very true. But there's never been a grave robber in Egypt ever.
Oh, definitely not.
Zoroastrians. Well, this is supposed to be in the Zoroastrian area. Zoroastrians practice sky burials, and Jews did not embalm bodies for preservation.
So there is a footnote in the actual source here. In fact, you can actually see it on screen, number 253 there, that this was the tomb of Daniel as widely claimed in the sources. So, in fairness, it is a claim of the sources. The Islamic annals relate the following about the conquest of Susa. Abu Musa discovered a mummified human body in the mausoleum and reported this to Umar ibn Khattab. The tradition relates that Umar ordered that the body be washed and buried beneath a tributary of one of the city's rivers. And then it gives a couple sources, which one of those might be the source that Orthodox Muslim pulled up. I don't know for sure, but if so, they're written in the 10th century and the 12th century, the two sources that this academic writing sorts. So those are probably the best two sources for this story are the 10th and 12th centuries. And it is miraculous that they knew about this claim of some people at the time that the event occurred, I guess.
Just to be clear, various random sites have been misidentified as various things for the purpose of religious tourism, right? And so, I mean, you get lots of religious tourists, you get a lot of money. And so Muslims systematically took over all of these tourist sites and then often fabricated things to bolster the idea that they were what folklore had assigned them to be, sometimes even fabricating a hadith to more strongly associate it with that thing. And so they hang Islam upon folkloric associations.
And the next footnote says that this occurred in the year 638. So we do have a timeline as to when this event occurred. 638 apparently is when this particular city was conquered. That is in reference. And I fully believe that this is a possibility, that they found a body and they made up a story about it being Daniel. Now, that scroll thing, right, there's 0% chance they found a scroll.
I am quite confident that they made up the story of the scroll after people are going, hey, he's supposed to be prophesied in what we have. We have nothing about him. Well, the real one, totally with Daniel, you guys are lying because the one with Daniel totally said that he was a real prophet. Trust me,
believe me, bro.
Not to mention that hadith said that whoever this guy was, this dead man, at his head was a Quran. And supposedly in that hadith, it says the latest this guy could have died was 800 years ago. If this is around 630 something, this puts it at, 200, let's call it 250 BC. Was the Quran in written form in 250 AD? Or actually anytime before Muhammad, according to Islam.
Yes, actually. The Torah is identical to according to Islam, the Torah and the Injil are identical to the context of the Quran, except for Surah Al-Fatiha and one ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah. Identical. Every verse in the Quran, according to Muhammad, exists in our books. So whenever they found out that he was lying to them, they probably made up, we found it. We found the real Torah. We found the real Injil. It's right here. Daniel had it all along. Look at that. And it had all the prophecies that you couldn't find in your books. Oh, that's what Allah was talking about when he said the books with them. You guys have just replaced everything since then. Really? You have.
That fits. That fits. Actually, I probably got to go to bed. Thaddeus was making fun of me in the private chat for saying several times, all right, now I gotta go. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you said 15 minutes, 45 ago.
Originally I wasn't going to be on at all. And then, I don't need to defend myself. This is fun.
I'm already saying, why? You don't know how to defend. I mean, one of them, was it Christian Gadfly left to go chase a cat. So,
yeah, no,
I'm
the last one standing in terms of the guests. Yep. Thaddeus and Mary, you guys are pros. You guys don't count.
I rotated in.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it was good. I was glad. It was a good conversation. Glad you were here. And I before you go, what is your summary of what we learned today?
Oh boy. Don't make my mind work for this one, Thaddeus. My goodness. What have we learned today? I guess I learned that at the very best, there were people in history who believed Muhammad is real, and again, I do too. But again, I didn't learn that. I learned that Libiano is a pretty dishonest presenter, but again, I already kind of knew that. I learned that the Muslim armies are identified as being Antichrist in some sort of way, but again, I kind of already knew that. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I learned anything here. Actually, you know what? Actually, I did learn from Mary, about 2 minutes ago that according to Muhammad, the Torah and the was it the Torah and the Injil?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are regarded as
Torah
identical
and
to the
Injil.
Quran.
Yeah, if you read the Quran carefully, the problem is that they mistranslate things. And so you have to be on the lookout for mistranslating things. But one of the funniest hadith about them being the same, Muhammad gave the name of the surah of the cave in Hebrew. He said that in the Torah, it is called that which divides hellfire from heaven, or something like that. The curtain that divides hellfire from heaven, the division between hellfire and heaven. Do you know what the surah of the cave has in it? So it has the seven sleepers of Ephesus, and it has our buddy Alexander the Great. So he testifies that these are in the Torah, that this entire book exists in the Torah with a different name for it.
Yeah, good luck finding Alex in the Torah. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. One of the few converts, the Jewish converts, agreed. Said, "Oh yeah, whenever we look in the Torah, we find this narrative of Alexander, and there, that sea, it is in fact not mud, but it is warm. It's warm water, not muddy water." So,
that's a technicality.
He backs him up when there's a dispute between different Muslims. He's like, "Yeah, sure, that's in our Torah. In our Torah, it says this about Alexander the Great." So this is the quality of people who followed Muhammad.
But Mary, Waraka, who died a month after Muhammad got his first revelation, did not see any difference between the Bible and the revelation that Muhammad got. So that proves there must have been no difference at that time, according to Malik.
Well, I mean, Waraka got his information from demon-possessed automatic writing. So that's how he knew what was in the previous scriptures. So this points to the idea that maybe Muhammad knows in a similar way. He's not very good at the automatic demon-possessed writing, so he's more about the automatic demon-possessed speaking.
Mm-hmm. The demons agreed with each other, Mary. That's a proof of Islam.
It's the proof.
Absolutely proof.
All right, with that, I guess the Orthodox Muslim couldn't teach me a dang thing, but Mary could. So, and Islamically speaking, if Mary has a half brain, but she was able to teach me something, and Libiana wasn't,
you got a point.
Just saying. Maybe he would be, maybe he would be the 0.2 viewers that Ali Dawa was getting.
I keep telling Muslims that they should easily be able to defeat me since I only have half a brain. And yet they constantly run from me and they're like, "Thaddeus, I want to talk to you instead." They come up all brave and then they're like, "I don't want to talk to you anymore."
Good stuff. All right. God bless you all. This was really fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I missed a super chat from this person here. I will look into that source later. I do not have it with me at this point, but I'll take a look at it later. See if
Just so
it's
you know,
useful,
there's
maybe use a
absolutely, I
different
have it pulled
video.
up right now. There's absolutely nothing in it that is pro-Muslim. It is just saying what they claimed about themselves. So this is, and it says things like supposedly at God's command. So,
Did you read the super chat, Mary?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I should actually.
Eric,
talk
can you
about
pull up the super chat, because the super chat is agreeing that this is not pro-Islamic, and it has a very specific reason, which is good, right? This is a good point. So I'll go ahead and read it. Can one of you guys pull up the PDF of Sebios's Chronicle, page 136, where he says that the Armenian ruler who collaborated with the Muslims, quote, made a pact with death and contracted an alliance with hell. That's the description that Sebios gives of the Armenian who made a alliance with the Muslims, that he's making a pact with death and contracting an alliance with hell. And yet Sebios is supposedly pro-Muslim, according to Libiano.
Good point.
Yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
There's King Darius. So not only is this story attested in Muslim sources, subhanallah, it is attested in non-Muslim sources, which shows you that Muslim sources are not just made up faforgeries, fabrications. They are true.
One of your sources was
yes and no.
Forgery.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yes and no. In a sense, this does actually mean that those sources from the 10th and 12th century contained a sliver, a fraction of a hint of what the author of this chronicle thinks is probably not a historical event to begin with, right? He gave it weasel words for a reason. He doesn't believe it. But it is at least a rumor that was swelling around at the time. And then they added all kinds of other crap, right? So some people discovered a body that was mummified. This is mummified, which is not really the same thing as preserved, mind you. But that was preserved, we'll just say, preserved. And they said, oh, this must be the prophet Daniel. Yeah, I think that may have happened, right? The people may have said, let's create a tourist attraction in our local area by claiming we found the body of Daniel. But the Muslim source doesn't say that some people claimed they found a body of Daniel. It says, we discovered a scroll that prophesied Islam, and we mysteriously don't have this scroll or can even describe the contents of it, right? The sources don't even give the contents of it. They just say that a scroll existed that said this, but we lost it. You know, it's the proof of Islam, but we lost the scroll. It's so sad. And we didn't even write down what was in it. Obviously, they made that up. Obviously, it's complete crap. So it's both. It contains a historical element and a ridiculous myth. And I think that's probably what you'll find in the Islamic sources in general. You'll find an echo of the historical reality combined with a whole bunch of made up crap. And and in fairness, that's not exactly unusual, right? That is actually what you would find in many historical sources of the time period. And the job of the historian is to take these different sources, judge the quality of each source. So the Chronicles that he's pulling here is actually a very high quality source. It's actually written in a very straightforward manner with minimal justification for events or whatever, just trying to describe them. And take these various sources, weigh them by the way the author presents information, weigh them against other sources, and determine what the historical reality is out of all these things that all contain some aspect of the truth mixed with myth. And that's the job of the historian. And when we do that, we determine, yes, Muhammad was probably a historical figure, right? As certain as any historical figure from that time period could be, Muhammad is a historical figure. But he's not anything resembling the mythical biographies of Muhammad that Muslims rely on, because those are written in like the 18th century or 19th century, 20th century. You know, with, oh, he's the greatest man, blah, 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 blah. And many of the stories that Muslims tell their children are the great stories about how wonderful of a man Muhammad was. Muslim sources will openly tell you these are fabricated stories invented in modern times that have absolutely no basis in Islam. And yet this is exactly what Muslim parents are telling their children about, they threw trash at Muhammad's house and he didn't do anything. And he just prayed for them. And it just went on and he just kept throwing trash. And then one day, Muhammad noticed that no one threw trash. So he went and it turns out they were sick and he healed them. And then they converted to Islam. And this is the grand proof of Islam that Muslim parents are telling their children. And it's a story invented in like the 19th century. So yeah, there's myth. And there's more myth, and there's more myth. And then under all that, there's a historical kernel of truth. Muhammad existed. We grant that. He was a false prophet. He was a liar. He was a deceiver. He was probably demon-possessed, as he himself thought. And Islam is false. Muhammad existed. Islam is false. Not a problem.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can wrap this up.
Transmitted reports transmitting true historical events. Now, this next one is known as the Maronite Chronicle, dated to the year 670 to 690. So still very early on. And this one is really interesting because not only are Muslims attested here, but even the Sahaba of the Prophet are attested. You'd be surprised that the Sahaba are more attested by non-Muslim early sources than Jesus himself is attested by non-Christian sources. There isn't even any comparison. Let's go ahead and give this one a read. In the same year, in the month of July, the emirs and many other Arabs assembled and gave allegiance to Muawiyah. A command went out that he should be proclaimed king in all of the villages and the cities under his control, and they should make invocations and acclamations to him. He struck both gold and silver coinage, but it was not accepted because it did not have a cross on it. Muawiyah also did not wear a crown like other kings in the world. He established his throne in Damascus, but did not want to go to Muhammad's throne. So yet again,
Go ahead and pause it there. Since when is Muawiyah a companion of Muhammad?
I was very say, I kept waiting. I think the only thing that actually refers to this being any sort of Islamic thing is the very end there saying Muhammad's throne.
I mean, Muawiyah is undoubtedly a historical figure. He's undoubtedly a local ruler at this time period, but he's not a companion of Muhammad. So why in the world did he introduce it that way?
He counts. Here's the thing. He counts as a companion because he was among those who were converted rather than dying in the last few years of Muhammad's death after he took over Mecca. So that's why he counts as a companion. So
that's
yes,
a stretch.
He spent nearly the entirety of his young adult life. He was 30-ish at the time of the conquest. Almost the entirety of his youth and young adulthood as Muhammad's enemy, but because he gave in when Muhammad was starving them out and went, yeah, I believe in you, he became a companion. That's how it works.
So how many hadith did he narrate?
I don't think he narrated any. He didn't care about Muhammad, and he didn't believe in him. Come on. None of the Umayyads in terms of he found Islam useful. He was not a believer, but he found Muhammad's followers easy to manipulate.
But because he was alive at the same time of Muhammad, even though he wasn't in any significant sense a follower of Muhammad during Muhammad's own lifetime, he counts as a companion.
I mean, apparently. 2 whole years there where he gave in and sucked up to him. Sucking up to him
if we assume
years.
their narrative's correct, of course, right?
Yeah. So that's a large assumption. Again, on top of this is supposed to be proof of Islam. I don't see any mention to Islam other than just Muhammad's throne. I don't see any reference to him being a Muslim in this.
Is he? He chose not to read about the earthquake. He skipped over the earthquake. So
I'm only reading what he says.
Yeah. Yes. For those who don't know, notice right before that, the earthquake. So this is a very short chronicle that only picks out a few things. He is picking out the earthquake because earthquakes were considered to be portents of horrible things. So you have a portent of horrible things that accompany Muawiyah becoming a king. So Muawiyah becomes a king. And at the same time, horrible things happen. Earthquakes, which are portents of disaster, happens simultaneously. So there we go. Excellent.
Well, I'm just saying he built this up as like the absolute proof. This is like bulletproof, absolute sense of this. And I don't see that. I don't see any reference to the Quran. I don't see any reference to Islam itself. Again, the only thing that you could pull out of that is basically one word, which is Muhammad down there at the bottom, and try to use that to say everything applies to this. But if you go with there's possibly more than one Muhammad in existence there, but even then, it doesn't tell me that they're following the same Islam that they're following today. It doesn't give me any of that information. In fact, none of these sources gave me specific information to the religion at all.
Some of them do, but they match what the early
None
Islamic
of
sources
Mary. We're keeping it to the one evidence he presented here. None of the evidence that he gave us is in line with that. It refers to Arabs coming in.
And they are murderous and hate Christ. And I mean, I think all of that.
That's in line with
That's in line with Islam.
That's in line with Islam,
They love
yes.
the people. They hate
Yes,
Christ.
that is completely in line with Islam.
Enemies
And
of God.
thank you for proving that that's the view of the world with Islam, and that's what they did. Thank you very much for proving that. I'm just saying he keeps going on this as if like this is absolute proof that Islam is the same, and this is proof that Islam is here. I just don't see that in the sources that he has presented.
Well, he struck a coin without a cross on it, which was not accepted.
It's the coins.
Yeah. Have you?
But no, I mean, this is
I'm
actually
curious.
important, right? This is actually
Yes.
important because the mythist will say, well, see, there's a coin with a cross on it. That means that Muawiyah was not a Christian. I mean, was a Christian and not a Muslim. But notice what this contemporary or, roughly contemporary source says. He struck both gold and silver coinage, but it was not accepted because it did not have a cross on it. So Muawiyah made a coin without a cross. It wasn't accepted, so then he made a coin with a cross, but this is the grand proof that he is actually a Christian, and Muhammad, which also appears on the coin, means Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he
Did not
even
wear a
bother
crown.
going to the Doctrina Jacobi? Because that's
Yeah, he did. It was the first one.
Okay, there we
He
go.
did them in order. He
If
did them
he
in
did
order.
Doctrina Jacobi, then he did, in fact, have something that has lots of details that do match what the early Islamic sources say about Muhammad, but it's everything that's emphasized is stuff that by the second generation they desperately wanted to bury and didn't want people to pay attention to. It's like, do not look at the man behind the curtain, because behind the curtain is a guy who said, I'm the last prophet of the last days. Within my lifetime, this will end. Oh, look, I'm dying. Okay. Immediately after, this boy won't grow up, and it's the end days. Totally. I control the keys to the unseen. All this stuff that Muhammad harped on very heavily gets buried in later Islam. It's very interesting.
Hey, your poll is actually very interesting, Eric. I'm glad you phrased it the way you did, because I always think that people are joking when they say, like, you didn't prove Islam false or whatever. But 10% say I'm a Muslim and Muhammad did exist, which I don't think anyone answered jokingly. So that's actually very interesting that in this case, 9 people, because it's 91 votes, but potentially 10% of our audience is Muslims. You would never have guessed that from the comments. So very interesting poll.
And I'm glad they answered it. I mean, I'm glad they answered it honestly. That gives me an actual good reference saying, okay, well, 81% of the Christians that answered this, well, at least 81% were Christian that answered yes. There's only 5% that said that he did not exist at this point. So that is a good comparison to say, okay, well, I mean, we agree that Muhammad existed.
Right, and it's
I
if
agree
it was
that
on my
the source is
channel,
so
you could
weak.
say it was. If it was on my channel, you could say it was a biased poll, right? Because I'm vocally opposed to Muhammad mythism. But the fact that it's here, and I actually didn't even advertise it, I think that this is probably actually a good cross section of the Christian community. So it seems the vast majority of Christians believe that Muhammad existed, and potentially 10% of our audience is Muslims, which I also find very interesting.
Indeed.
Like other kings in the world, he established his throne in Damascus, but did not want to go to Muhammad's throne. So yet again, not only is the Prophet Muhammad himself attested very early on, but Muawiyah, the Sahabi, the companion of the Prophet, is attested to be a king whom people gave allegiance to. Then he goes on to say, when their opponents reached them, the Saracens leaped up and cried out in their language, God is great. And immediately they fled. The Saracens ran after them until they reached the range of the walls, devastating them and taking captives. Now, what's so interesting here is that not only
You tell me. I didn't find anything interesting. So the Saracens are
devastating.
the Arabs or Muslims, right? I don't know what he's going to find
Explicitly
interesting.
means Saracen is Arab. It's explicitly Arab.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. It's the Arabs.
You said
and
or
by
Muslim.
consequence the Muslim.
Yeah. By consequence, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, I said or, but I meant by consequence. Yes.
Got it.
So we have them again killing people and taking captives. This again, it does not paint the Muslims in a very good light.
I'm very curious what he finds interesting here.
How about the baby killing? Doesn't that paint them in a great light?
Yeah, I mean, okay. All the sources that he has presented all say that the Muslims were not a good people, were not favorable, were a plague upon humanity, and extremely bloody. So, I mean, I would agree historically that seems to be the case. But that's not the Islamic narrative they like to push nowadays.
the Saracens ran after them and
I someone mentioned in the chat how the Doctrina Jacobi mentions explicitly that prophets do not come bearing swords. It's a Jew who says this. Like,
Well, it's attributed to a Jew.
yeah, but that, I mean, that is Jewish theology. That the
would have been a
prophets
Christian
themselves.
who. The theory is it was a Christian who wrote it, but yes.
Well, yes, it is a Christian who wrote it. It was a Christian convert from Judaism who is saying what another Jew told him, who was still a Jew, who was reporting on what his relative wrote him from the Levant, who is recording what this fourth party said.
It's several layers removed. The
Yes,
point is
it
that,
removed.
that
Yeah.
the only thing you can say for sure is that the author of the text agreed with that statement.
Yes.
But but what you're saying is it is actually also compatible with Jewish theology, which is fair.
Yeah.
till they reached the range of the walls, devastating them and taking captives. Now, what's so interesting here is that
Devastating
not
them.
only is
Yeah, you misread that one.
That's fantastic.
Devasting them. So they're removing the vasting. They're devasting them. Now I just got to figure out what vasting is.
Muawiyah tested here. And in this chronicle, by the way, Ali radiallahu anhu as well, the Sahabi Jalil, the cousin of the Prophet, is also attested. But the Muslims screaming, Allahu Akbar, God is great, is also attested here when the Muslims met the Romans in battle. Who would have thought that the first Allahu Akbar attested in literature would be attested by a non-Muslim Christian Maronite chronicler? There are
Hang
many.
on, there's one problem. According to the Islamic sources, now of course these are later Islamic sources because the pagans weren't really good at writing, but they testify that Allahu Akbar was a statement of certain pagan groups who were responding to people saying Alat Kabir, Alat the Great. And so their response is, or Allah is great. They're saying Allah is greater. That's why it's in the comparative and not in the superlative. Because these pagans were saying Allah is greater than a lot. And Muslims just borrowed that because it was the chant of the Quraysh, our God is bigger than a lot, and then continue saying it. So since it's a pagan saying, at that point, I would say that you could not actually be certain that people saying this were even considered themselves to be monotheists, because the Qurayshi who said this did not.
Many other early documents attesting to Islam, the Prophet Muhammad, the Sahaba, the companions, and many more. That'll be it for.
No, actually, what you're saying here is the cream of the crop. That's what you do with a video. You select the cream of the crop. You don't just it. And needless to say, the cream of the crop was not impressive. As far as all you're claiming that they.
However, it was way more impressive than the Islamic sources because none exist.
That's true. That is absolutely true. So, yeah, that's the end of that one. Needless to say, I think it might have been mislabeled, that video. I think they were going for clickbait on that label. Because that was definitely not what the earliest Christian said about the Prophet Muhammad. No.
I mean, they brought the religion of the beast. He was a God hater. They were bloody and slaughtering. I mean, those are the things that the earliest Christians said, that he was a terrible judgment of suffering and pulled down churches, took half the stuff that belonged to people. Yeah, I mean, that I will take.
Earliest Christians in the 6th century.
Oh, the earliest Christians being in the 6th century? Yeah. Well, the problem
That's my point.
Yeah, the earliest Christians said, what about him? Nothing.
Yeah, well, there are some Muslims who will try to claim that they were waiting for this prophet. That's where I thought originally this video was going.
Well, I keep asking them who. And I go through the list. I started like Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, like did Jerome talk about him? Did Augustine? We have tons of Augustine's writings. Did Augustine talk about him? How about the Jews? Let's talk about Ravi. Did Ravi talk about him? Who talked about this coming prophet? Because we're all supposed to know about it. Jews and Christians, they all knew about it. All the educated people did. They passed it around. They talked so much that Arabs supposedly heard from the Jews and Christians that his name was totally going to be Muhammad. So they started naming their boys Muhammad, because that's what our sources say. So where is our source? It says a dude with a mole who's an Ishmaelite and also from Mecca and the Hijaz is going to show up and be the last prophet we're looking for, because all those things are supposed to be explicit in our sources.
So real quick here, got a super chat. It says, look up Adam al-Marsi, the prophet of Islam. Was he really a prophet? On YouTube. TLDR Jews asked Muhammad. Oh, yeah. Asked Muhammad about the book of Daniel. That's how we have the sun setting in a muddy pool. I thought that was.
Well, they actually
I thought that was
tricked
from
him.
the Alexander.
Yeah, they actually tricked him into putting a folklore that the Jews did not believe was at all from God into a story, because it happens to mention some religious things. The sun setting muddy pool, they asked him about the horned one, who was Alexander the Great. And he just straight up acted like it was totally in the Jewish scripture.
I see Adam Emissary is the name of the channel, apparently. Anyway, I'll check that out. I'll check that video out, see what it has to say. I know you gave us the 1-sentence summary, but if you're recommending it and you're sending in a donation, I will check it out.
Definitely. Who knows? Might be a future video. I'll come back through when I do my shorts. I'll take a look at that. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Let me ask, since Thaddeus and Mary are the only two to survive this onslaught from the Orthodox Muslim, what are your closing thoughts on this?
This is an interesting evening here. Lippy, as I like to call him, puts me in a awkward position here. Because on the one hand, I want to agree with him that Muhammad existed. On the other hand, he handles the sources so poorly, which should be a slam dunk for him, that it's hard to give him any credit for this video. But I did learn one thing for sure. I mean, probably a couple things, but I learned that apparently there's an Islamic legend about how they found the body of Daniel and it contained a magic scroll that proved Islam true, but they all lost that really valuable, really important scroll, just like always happens in Islam, right? We're entering into Ramadan, and according to the Hadith, there's a special time you can pray where you get 1,000 times the benefit of normal. But unfortunately, despite getting 1,000 times the benefit of normal, they forgot what day it was. And that's not me saying that. That's literally what the Hadith says, that they forgot what day it was. And then they give like 10 different possibilities of which day it might be, in which case you might as well just go all of Ramadan. It's one of the 28 days of Ramadan, right? So I might as well just do the whole thing to get your 1,000x benefit. But it's really weird how Muslims just are constantly losing the most important things. It's almost like they're making crap up. But that's not the case, because alhamdulillah, a Christian source matches one word out of the story. Okay, fine. One sentence. Let's say one sentence out of the story. They found a body that they said was Daniel. Therefore, the whole story is true. Yay, Islam!
Yeah, that's a logic we're working with. So, Mary,
And
you got anything
why-
you want to add?
We're the early Christians. Because, again, in the Islamic narrative, every Jew and Christian who had access to scripture, not the illiterate people, the people who didn't know what things said, the people who didn't go to school to learn their religion, everyone who was learned before Muhammad shows up knows about him and recognizes him by his mole, by his name, by his physical description, by his location, by his lineage, by his full genealogy back to Ishmael. They all know this about him, to the point that when they set eyes on him, they immediately recognize him. They have, like they would their children. They cannot mistake Muhammad any more than they can use their own kid for someone else's kid. That is what the Islamic sources teach. He
About
claims
us.
he's going to find early Christians. So I want, people can lie after Muhammad comes, either for him or against him. He could be there and they could say, no, we don't find him. Or they could lie and say, oh yeah, I totally found him. To give this any credibility, what we need are sources from before Muhammad's coming as a prophet that describe him in the scripture with the Jews and Christians in this way. You can't go, in the 21st century, I've made up something about the book of Daniel. Or even a couple hundred years later. No, you need them talking about this prophet. And weirdly, Libiano couldn't provide that, almost as if, wait for this, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. He has amply demonstrated that Muhammad was, in fact, a true false prophet, universally recognized as a false prophet allied with the beast, a demonic person, violent and vile, and an enemy of God. Great, okay. Where is he a prophet? Where is he a prophet? So that is my takeaway.
Fantastic. I guess for my own, if I were to take Orthodox Muslims seriously, the sources he pulled up refutes Islamic sources, so Islam is false. If I don't take him seriously, Islam is still false. So yeah, I'm left with the same thing. Although I will agree with him, Muhammad did exist. So if that's his whole point, he did. Too bad, in order to prove that Muhammad existed, he had to violate his own sources. But who's keeping track of logic? So thank you guys so much for joining us in the chat. So my guests here, what is coming up for you guys? What do you have next on the docket that people can find out and go take a look at?
Oh, well, that's easy because tomorrow, unless Mary corrects me here, tomorrow we will be streaming on the plagiarism scandal on the among the academic Muslims. We know that people like Lipiano plagiarize. We even talked about that today. But apparently the academic Muslims plagiarize as well, including on their PhD theses, i.e., the very thing that makes them be able to get a doctorate degree, they plagiarize on, which would be completely and totally disqualifying of holding a doctorate degree in any normal school, if discovered, of course, right? There are, non-Muslims who've gotten away with plagiarizing because no one discovered it or whatever, I'm sure. But it is very interesting that the Prophet Muhammad very, very poorly, but nonetheless, copied and pasted from existing legends. And Muslim scholars today copy and paste from other people's work without proper credit. And I don't know. I guess they're just following the example of Muhammad.
Absolutely. So, Mary, are you doing that one tomorrow? Or do we need to correct Thaddeus?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't need to come and correct Thaddeus. So,
nope.
It would have just been on the date.
You want to add?
Nope. That's it. It'll be fun. Because, sorry. This is going to be really tacky sounding, but I went to college with people from the Middle East and especially West Asia, especially Pakistanis. And everyone knew that all the Pakistanis were cheaters. Like, everyone knew it. Not even an open secret. It was just like a subject of jokes that all the Pakistanis were cheaters. There just weren't enough other Muslims for people really to react to. But it's like, he got this and this grade, but, he's Pakistani. So, it's funny. He got all these grades here and then failed the final. I wonder why that was. Oh, yeah, he's a Pakistani. Like, that was known.
It actually kind of shocks me that they didn't kick him out, because I got quite trouble whenever I was in college because I didn't properly quote myself.
Yourself.
Wait, yourself?
Yeah.
You can't plagiarize
myself.
But
that's actually what they went and gave me. It failed me on it because I plagiarized myself. I'm like, but I give myself full permission to use my own.
Self-plagiarism is still something that you get in trouble for, but a lot of times they don't tell you that ahead of time. This was in technical subjects. They were known for smoking and cheating. Those were the two things they were known for. And they would get together in groups, pass around homework, that sort of thing. Very well known. And the university did nothing about them because they paid full tuition, even though it was a very well-known university. Did nothing about them because they paid every cent of the tuition and didn't get any scholarships from the university, so they were making bank on them. So they didn't want to be
racist.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that God can't be racist. Can't bust an entire group of Pakistanis.
So I have a question for you, Mary, in regards to what you said. Given what you just said, and, we don't want to generalize, but let's just go on terms of probability. if someone were to, say, obtain a master's degree from a Pakistani university, and that master's happened to be in hadith and things, and he got that master's by his own story in like 6 months, what value would you assign that master's degree?
To the value of and things. The academic standard that and things carries has the same. I mean, they just took his money and gave him a piece of paper because that's what they did. Like, it's a great place to go and cheat. There are actually some Islamic universities where you actually would have to do. I mean, you might cheat your way through it, but you'd have to take the courses. Of all Islamic universities, the likelihood that it would not be corrupt on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is unassailable, I would put the best Pakistani school at a 3. So even among Islamic universities. So, if you're over in Al-Azhar, like, if you have someone important, they can pull strings for you, of course, and you'd get whatever grade. But the average person can't just and not do any work, that at least have to turn in cheated assignments to get a grade. But Pakistan, come on.
All right, just testing, hypothetically.
Their engineering schools have a reputation for a reason. People blatantly say that at best they're equivalent to American high schools.
Wow. Okay. Well, I know where I wouldn't be spending my money or sending my kids. But that being said, on this channel, I will be back. I'll be continuing my pattern later today with since we've now turned into the next day. So now we're on Thursday. At 6 o'clock every day, I'm releasing a short, and then I will be back for a live stream next Monday. So not Saturday, but next Monday. With Apostate of Allah, Sarah, we will be going through some of the best arguments that she had that she heard when she was a Muslim about Muhammad being in the Bible. And she believed it when she was a Muslim, came to realize it's not true. But what were some of the best arguments from her perspective? So I'm hoping that's interesting. It sounds interesting to me, at least. So if you guys want to join me, that will be 7 p.m. on Monday. But for those of you that know, E-I-E-I-O.